Section 1. The pilot that almost never was. The early controversies that built the show. Let's go back to the very beginning, not the beginning most people think of. Not the yellow family on the couch, not the opening credits with Bart writing on the chalkboard, not the iconic theme song that has been stuck in the collective memory of an entire planet for over 3 decades. Go back further than that. Go back to a time when The Simpsons was not a television show at all, when it was a rough, scratchy, barely animated collection of short segments appearing between comedy sketches on a variety program that most people have completely forgotten about. The year was 1987. The place was the set of The Tracy Ullman Show, a Fox sketch comedy program that was itself trying to establish the brand new Fox network as a legitimate television destination. Fox had launched in 1986 with a handful of affiliates and a lot of ambition, and not very much else. The major networks, NBC, ABC, CBS, had decades of infrastructure, audience loyalty, and institutional credibility. Fox had none of that. What it had was a willingness to take chances on things that the established networks would never have touched. Matt Groening was a cartoonist. He had a successful alternative comic strip called Life in Hell, which featured rabbits and various neurotic creatures navigating the absurdities of modern existence. It was beloved in alternative press circles, the kind of thing you'd find pinned to the wall of a college dormitory or tucked into the pocket of someone who thought of themselves as slightly too interesting for mainstream entertainment. James L. Brooks, who was producing The Tracy Ullman Show and who was already one of the most respected figures in American television, approached Groening about adapting Life in Hell into animated shorts for the show. Groening sat in a waiting room before a meeting that would change his life and made a decision that would change television. He decided not to pitch Life in Hell. The characters were his. If he signed them over to a network, he would lose control of them, and Life in Hell was too personal, too directly connected to his own life and anxieties, to hand off to a production company. So he invented something else. Right there in the waiting room, quickly, almost panicking, he sketched out a family. He gave them a name, the Simpsons, and he based them loosely on his own family. His father's name was Homer. His mother's name was Marge. He had sisters. The rebellious kid was named Bart, which was an anagram of brat, and Groening thought that was funny enough to keep. The shorts were crude. There is simply no other word for them. The animation was rough and scratchy, and the characters looked nothing like what they would eventually become. The proportions were off. The color was inconsistent. The timing was shaky. By any technical standard of the era, they were not impressive pieces of animation, but something in them connected. Something in the chaos and the warmth and the genuine affection beneath all the dysfunction caught people's attention. The Ullman shorts generated enough positive response that Fox began having conversations about whether The Simpsons could sustain a full half-hour show of their own. And this is where the first controversy begins. Because the process of turning those rough little shorts into an actual primetime animated series was not smooth. It was not friendly. It was, by many accounts, one of the most difficult, contentious, and fraught development processes in television history. And the problem started immediately with the animation itself. Groening had envisioned something that looked similar to the Ullman shorts, loose and hand-drawn and alive in the way that only slightly imperfect things can be. What came back from the animation studio was not that. Klasky Csupo, the studio hired to produce the show, delivered an early animatic for the Christmas special that would serve as the series pilot, and Groening hated it. He hated the way the characters moved. He hated the way they looked. He felt that something essential had been lost in the translation from his sketches to the finished product, that the characters had become simultaneously more polished and less alive. The colors were wrong. The faces were wrong. Homer looked strange in ways that Groening could not immediately articulate but felt deeply. The Christmas special they were producing was called Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, and it would air on December 17th, 1989. The plot was simple. Homer discovers he is not going to receive a Christmas bonus at work, panics, decides not to tell Marge, attempts to earn money by working as a department store Santa Claus, and ultimately takes his son Bart to a Greyhound racing track in a desperate attempt to win enough to buy Christmas presents. The dog they bet on, the one they are absolutely certain is going to lose, ends up becoming the family pet. It is a gentle, warm, slightly melancholy story about a family that does not have very much trying very hard to give each other something meaningful. It is also, and this is worth sitting with for a moment, a story about financial desperation, working class anxiety, and a father's shame at being unable to provide for his children. That was the premise of the very first episode of what would become the longest running scripted primetime show in the history of American television. Not a grand adventure, not a high concept, not a celebrity cameo or a spectacular set piece. A man who cannot afford Christmas trying to figure out what to do about it. This is what terrified the network. Not the content exactly, not the specific story, but the underlying tone. Fox executives were nervous about the show in ways they struggled to clearly express. They were nervous about the animation, which looked unlike anything on primetime television. Every animated show that had aired in primetime since the Flintstones had been either a direct Flintstones imitation or something so toothless and gentle that it posed no challenge to anyone's expectations. The Simpsons was neither of those things. It had attitude, it had an edge. Homer was not a noble patriarch. He was a man who made mistakes and sometimes did not learn from them. Bart was not a lovable scamp with a heart of gold in any conventional sense. He was genuinely subversive, genuinely disruptive, genuinely interested in chaos for its own sake. The network wanted changes. There were meetings, like there are always meetings, where executives suggested softening certain edges, making the family warmer, making the parents more competent, making the children more sympathetic in conventional ways. Groening and Brooks resisted. The argument was essentially that making The Simpsons more like other shows would make it exactly as interesting as other shows, which was not very interesting at all. The show's distinctiveness was the point. The rough edges were not bugs, they were features. An imperfect family living an imperfect life was more interesting than a perfect family delivering life lessons. There was also the matter of the animation quality, which remained a source of genuine concern right up until the special aired. The show was being animated overseas, partly in South Korea, which was standard practice for American animation at the time, and which introduced all kinds of quality control challenges. Scenes would come back looking slightly wrong in ways that were difficult to catch and correct before broadcast. Colors would shift. Expressions would not quite match the emotional note the writers were trying to hit. Characters would move in ways that felt slightly mechanical. The production was, by modern standards, genuinely chaotic. And yet, on December 17, 1989, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire aired and was watched by approximately 26 million people. 26 million people. For context, that is more viewers than most shows airing today could dream of accumulating, and it was for a first episode of an animated show on a network that had been in existence for 3 years. The response was not just positive, it was electric. People talked about it. They called each other about it. They wanted to know when the next one was coming. What followed over the next several months established the template for every controversy the show would ever generate, because the controversies were essentially built into The Simpsons from the very first frame. A show that was genuinely different from everything else on television was going to make people genuinely uncomfortable. Some of those people were going to complain, and the complaints were going to generate coverage, and the coverage was going to generate curiosity, and the curiosity was going to generate viewers, and the viewers were going to generate ratings, and the ratings were going to prove to Fox that they had something unlike anything that had ever been on American television before. The first regular episode to air after the Christmas special was Bart the Genius, which broadcast on January 14, 1990. In the episode, Bart cheats on an IQ test and gets sent to a school for gifted children, where he is completely out of his depth. It is funny and a little sad, and it established Bart as a character who was much more interesting than a simple troublemaker. He was a kid who was aware of his own limitations, who used chaos partly as a defense mechanism against a world that did not seem particularly built for someone like him. It was also the episode that contained the first instance of Bart's catchphrase, and it was the episode that began to establish the show's distinctive visual grammar. But the production of these early episodes was not calm. There are stories from the writer's room during the first season that sound less like the production of a network television show and more like a survival situation. Scripts were being written, rewritten, and sometimes completely reconceived at the last possible moment. Episodes were being delivered to the network on timelines that left almost no margin for error. The animation pipeline, which required finished scripts months in advance because overseas animation took so long, meant that writers were constantly trying to work on multiple episodes simultaneously at different stages of development. The result was a kind of creative pressure that, by most accounts, was simultaneously miserable and enormously productive. The first season of The Simpsons was also navigating something that very few television shows have ever had to navigate, which was the experience of becoming a genuine cultural phenomenon in real time. By the middle of the first season, Bart Simpson merchandise was everywhere. Shirts, posters, buttons, stickers. The catchphrases, "Don't have a cow, man, and eat my shorts, and I'm Bart Simpson, who the hell are you?" were being repeated in playgrounds and offices and living rooms across the country. Bart had become something that happened to American culture in a very short period of time, and the people making the show were still figuring out what the show actually was while this was happening around them. And this was the beginning of a pattern that would define The Simpsons' relationship with controversy for the next 36 years. The show would create something. The culture would react to it. The reaction would frequently be louder and stranger and more extreme than anything the show's creators anticipated, and the show would absorb the reaction, incorporate it, respond to it, and then continue doing exactly what it wanted to do anyway. The early controversies, and there were several before the show was even fully established, were really about one underlying question that America was trying to answer in 1990. What kind of family was this? And was it okay to put this kind of family on television? The Simpsons were not the Huxtables. They were not the Keatons. They were not even the Bunkers, who at least had the frame of being explicitly satirical. The Simpsons were something new, something that felt real in its dysfunction, in a way that television families had rarely allowed themselves to be, and that realness made people nervous. The show's creator had put onto primetime television a father who was not wise, a mother who was patient to the point of self-erasure, a son who was actively interested in disrupting the social order, and a daughter who was smarter than every adult around her and utterly unable to get anyone to acknowledge it. Each of those characters contained a critique. Homer critiqued the myth of the competent patriarch. Marge critiqued the way society trained women to absorb everyone else's chaos without complaint. Bart critiqued the idea that institutions like school and authority deserved automatic deference. Lisa critiqued the idea that intelligence and moral seriousness were rewarded in American life. None of this was subtle. The show was never subtle. Subtlety was not on the menu. And in 1990, the not subtlety of it all was precisely what made it feel dangerous to certain people and exhilarating to everyone else. The early controversy was, in the most fundamental sense, about whether television was allowed to tell the truth about what American family life actually felt like. The Simpsons said yes. A lot of people were not ready for that answer. There is one more element of the early controversy worth dwelling on, and it connects to everything that would follow for the next 3 decades. The show's relationship with Fox was from the very beginning a strange and sometimes adversarial one. Fox needed The Simpsons. The show was generating the kind of ratings and cultural attention that a young network desperately required to establish itself as a serious destination. But Fox was also a network run by people who had certain instincts about what television should look like and what it should say, and The Simpsons was constantly pushing against those instincts. The tension between the creative team, who wanted to do exactly what they wanted, and the network, who wanted something they could more easily explain to advertisers and affiliates, would simmer for years before occasionally boiling over in spectacular ways. The story of those boiling over moments is much of what we're going to spend the next several hours exploring together. But the most important thing about the very beginning, about those rough Ullman shorts and that chaotic first season, and the 26 million people who tuned in to watch a family try to find a Christmas tree, is that it worked. Whatever it was, it worked. The Simpsons was immediately and inarguably one of the most watched and most talked about shows on American television, and it had gotten there by being exactly what the network was nervous about, By being genuinely different, by being willing to show a family that was imperfect in recognizable ways, by being honest about the gap between what American life was supposed to look like and what it actually felt like. That honesty was the show's greatest strength. It was also the thing that would generate controversy after controversy after controversy for the next 36 years. Because honesty is not always comfortable, and a show that is committed to being honest about American life is going to occasionally say things that certain people very much do not want to hear. That is not a bug. That is the whole point. If you're still awake and enjoying this, drop a comment letting us know what time it is and where in the world you're watching from. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good time. There's a lot more Springfield left to get through. Section 2. Bart Simpson versus America. The character that terrified parents, schools, and governments. No single fictional character in the history of American animation has generated as much genuine, institutional, organized panic as Bart Simpson. Not Bugs Bunny, not Beavis and Butthead, not South Park's Eric Cartman. Bart was different. Bart landed in American culture at a specific moment, and with a specific force that caused people in positions of actual authority, principals, politicians, presidents, to treat a cartoon 10-year-old as a genuine social threat. To understand why, you have to understand what American children's entertainment looked like in 1989. The dominant model for how children were portrayed on television was essentially aspirational. Kids on TV were slightly idealized versions of what children were supposed to be. They had appropriate attitudes toward authority. They respected their parents and teachers. When they got in trouble, they learned a lesson. The lesson was usually about respecting authority. The cycle repeated. This was not just the model for children's shows, it was the model for how children appeared in primetime as well. Even in edgier family comedies, the children were fundamentally sympathetic in conventional ways. They wanted to be understood. They wanted to be loved. They did not want to fundamentally challenge the social order. Bart Simpson wanted to fundamentally challenge the social order. That was his entire deal. Bart was not a bad kid in the way that bad kids in television were usually portrayed. He was not cruel, not malicious in any deep sense, not actually dangerous. But he was disrespectful. He was irreverent. He thought that the institutions claiming authority over him, school, the church, parental commands, cultural expectations, were worthy of skepticism at minimum and outright mockery at maximum. He did not think that adults being adults automatically made them right. He did not think that rules deserved to be followed simply because they were rules. He thought you should think about things, and if you thought about them and they did not make sense, you should say so, loudly, and probably spray paint something. This was not a new idea in American culture. This was, in fact, one of the oldest and most deeply embedded American ideas there is. Skepticism toward authority, irreverence toward inherited hierarchy, the individual's right to question the system. These are not radical foreign imports. These are founding principles. Bart Simpson was, in a very real sense, the most American character on television. He was living out the founding mythology of the country, the idea that no authority goes unquestioned, that the person telling you what to do always owes you an explanation, that you are allowed to think for yourself even when the people around you would prefer you didn't. But there is a version of that mythology that America likes to celebrate, and there is a version that makes people uncomfortable. The version that gets celebrated is usually historical and safely contained in the past. The revolutionary, the frontiersman, the lone individual standing up to corrupt power in a way that is eventually vindicated. The version that makes people uncomfortable is a 10-year-old kid on television right now, in your living room, telling your actual children that talking back is fine, that authority is negotiable, that eat my shorts is a legitimate response to being told what to do. The backlash began within months of the show's premiere, and it was immediate, organized, and in several cases, genuinely extraordinary in its intensity. Schools began banning Bart Simpson t-shirts, not in one or two isolated cases. This was a nationwide phenomenon. Schools across the United States, from California to Florida, from Texas to New York, implemented dress code provisions specifically targeting Bart Simpson merchandise. The reasoning was varied but consistent in its underlying anxiety. Principals and administrators said the shirts were disruptive. They said the messages on them were inappropriate. They said the character modeled attitudes that were incompatible with the educational environment. The specific shirts that generated the most concern were the ones that featured Bart's catchphrases. Underachiever and proud of it was perhaps the most controversial. Something about that specific phrase, like the pride in underachievement, the explicit rejection of the idea that effort and improvement were desirable, seemed to crystallize exactly what parents and educators were afraid of. The concern was not merely that children were wearing a shirt. The concern was that the shirt articulated a value system, and that value system was in direct opposition to the value system that schools were trying to instill. What nobody seemed to want to say directly, but what was clearly underlying the whole conversation, was that underachiever and proud of it felt like a working-class counterstatement to the meritocratic mythology that American education runs on. The idea that getting good grades and going to college and climbing the ladder was the correct and obvious and only legitimate path for a young person? Bart's catchphrase threw that idea directly in the trash and then spray-painted something rude on the trash can. For parents who had bought into the meritocratic mythology, for teachers whose entire professional purpose depended on children believing in that mythology, for a school system built on the premise that trying hard and following rules would be rewarded, underachiever and proud of it was not just a joke. It felt like an attack. The school bands generated news coverage, and the news coverage generated more demand for the shirts, and the shirts sold in enormous numbers, and the whole feedback loop accelerated in the way that moral panics around popular culture tend to do. The more authorities tried to suppress Bart Simpson, the more appealing Bart Simpson became to exactly the children the authorities were trying to protect. This was not a surprise to anyone who thought about it clearly. It is, in fact, the oldest dynamic in the relationship between authority and popular culture. Prohibition does not reduce interest in a thing. It concentrates it. But the school bans were almost quaint compared to what came next, because in 1990, the controversy around Bart Simpson reached the highest levels of the United States government. President George H.W. Bush, delivering a speech to the national religious broadcasters, made a statement that he would probably have preferred history to forget, but which history has preserved in perfect detail because it is simply too remarkable to let go. Bush said, and we are not paraphrasing here, that the United States needed to strengthen American families to make them more like the Waltons and less like the Simpsons. The Waltons. A television drama from the 1970s about a large, close, deeply moral Appalachian family navigating the Depression. A show in which the family patriarch was wise and steady, and the children were good, and the community was loving, and the overall message was about the resilience of traditional values in hard times. Bush was holding the Waltons up as the model that American families should aspire to, and he was explicitly naming The Simpsons as the counterexample, as the thing American families should not be. The show's response was swift, perfect, and in retrospect, exactly what you would expect from a writer's room full of people who had been waiting for precisely this kind of opportunity. They wrote a scene that aired within days of Bush's speech in which Bart, watching the news report of the president's comments, turned to his family and said that the Simpsons might be a little dysfunctional, but they always pulled together in a crisis, or something functionally equivalent to that idea, and it was exactly the right move. The show did not get defensive. It did not apologize. It agreed with the premise and reframed it. Yes, the Simpsons were not the Waltons. The Simpsons were something different, something messier and more complicated and more honest, and the show was not going to pretend otherwise just because the President of the United States had a preference. Bush later doubled down on his comments in a more developed speech, where he articulated his vision for what American family life should look like, and the contrast he kept returning to was still the Simpsons versus the Waltons. He was building a political argument about cultural values, and he had decided that Bart Simpson was a useful symbol of what was wrong, which meant that Bart Simpson was, for a period in 1990 and 1991, not just a popular culture phenomenon, but an actual political symbol, a character in an ongoing national debate about what kind of values American children should be absorbing from their entertainment. This is extraordinary when you think about it. A cartoon child created by a cartoonist in a waiting room, sketched out in 15 minutes before a meeting, had become significant enough that the President of the United States felt it necessary to weigh in on him publicly and repeatedly. Whatever one thinks about the specific arguments being made, there is something genuinely remarkable about the scale of the cultural footprint this show had developed in its first year of existence. The political engagement went beyond Bush. Various congressional figures made statements about The Simpsons and the values it was supposedly instilling in American children. Education commissioners gave interviews about the show's potential negative influence. Religious organizations issued statements. Media watchdog groups included it in their reports on inappropriate content. The Parents Television Council, which would become a reliable source of Simpsons-related outrage for years, was keeping careful track. And through all of it, the show's creators maintained a consistency of response that deserves genuine admiration. They did not tone it down. They did not soften Bart. They did not add episodes in which Bart learned that authority deserved respect and rules were there for a reason. They did the opposite. Each new season, Bart pushed slightly further. The show absorbed the criticism and used it as fuel, because the criticism was itself proving the show's central premise, which was that American culture was deeply invested in a certain version of what children and families and respectability should look like, and that version was worth examining, questioning, and sometimes openly mocking. There is another dimension to the Bart controversy that gets less attention than it deserves, which is the racial dimension of how the character was received in different communities. Bart Simpson's voice, his cadence, his slang, his attitude, all of it drew from a tradition of African American youth culture that had been percolating through popular culture since at least the early 1980s. The catchphrases, the irreverence, the specific flavor of his anti-authoritarian pose. These were not purely invented from nothing. They were in conversation with a long tradition of Black American humor and street culture that had already been developing its own language of resistance to institutional authority for decades. Some scholars and cultural critics noted this at the time, observing that a lot of the moral panic around Bart's attitudes seemed to be partly anxiety about white children adopting cultural attitudes associated with Black youth. The concern about underachiever and proud of it as a message was not entirely unconnected to the concern that had long existed about hip-hop culture and its supposed glorification of not trying and not playing by the rules that mainstream institutions had established. Bart was a white kid from a white family in a white suburb, but the specific form his rebelliousness took drew from cultural currents that mainstream America had long found threatening in other contexts. This is not to say that the show was conscious of this dynamic, or that the Bart controversy was purely about race. It was clearly about many things simultaneously. But the cultural history of moral panics around children's entertainment in America is not separable from the history of racial anxiety in America, and the Bart Simpson panic was no exception. The merchandise situation became its own separate controversy. The speed and scale at which Bart Simpson merchandise flooded the market in 1990 was genuinely unprecedented. Within months of the show's premiere, you could buy Bart Simpson t-shirts, backpacks, notebooks, lunchboxes, bed sheets, pajamas, puzzles, action figures, drinking glasses, phone cases, posters, and approximately 500 other products. The market was flooded so rapidly and so completely that a significant portion of the merchandise was bootleg, unlicensed products produced by manufacturers who were trying to catch the wave before the official licensing agreements could be set up and enforced. Fox sued. Fox sued a lot of people. The legal battles over unauthorized Simpsons merchandise in 1990 and 1991 generated their own substantial layer of controversy and news coverage, partly because some of the unlicensed manufacturers were small operations, street vendors, small printing shops, local entrepreneurs who had spotted an opportunity, and the image of a major media company going after small businesses for selling cartoon shirts generated sympathy in some quarters. The licensed merchandise was generating enormous amounts of money. Numbers that were reported at the time suggested that Simpsons merchandise revenue in the first year reached somewhere around $1 billion, which made it one of the most commercially successful entertainment licensing operations in history up to that point. The gap between the show's image as a working-class, somewhat subversive critique of consumer culture and its actual status as one of the most aggressively licensed commercial properties on Earth was not lost on the show's more culturally alert fans. Bart Simpson, the avatar of anti-establishment irreverence, was available at your local department store in 47 formats. The irony was not subtle, and the show itself was aware of it and found ways to comment on it. The school's ban, the presidential rebuke, the merchandise controversy, the moral panic, all of it fed into each other in a way that made the first couple of years of The Simpsons feel genuinely electric. Something was happening. A show had arrived that was not like other shows, that was operating on different assumptions and with different ambitions, and the culture's reaction to it was outsized and revealing in ways that told you as much about the culture as about the show. Bart Simpson did not ruin American children. The data on this is clear in retrospect. The children who wore the shirts and quoted the catchphrases and were told by their schools that their t-shirts were incompatible with the educational environment grew up to be, broadly speaking, about the same as every other generation of Americans. The specific catastrophe that was predicted, an entire cohort of young people abandoning the values of hard work and respect for authority because a cartoon kid told them to, did not materialize. What did materialize was a generation of people with a somewhat more skeptical relationship to institutional authority. But whether that was Bart's doing, or the doing of many other things that happened in the 1990s, is a question no one can cleanly answer. What is clear is that the Bart Simpson controversy established the template for how The Simpsons would interact with criticism for the next 3 decades. The show would do something that made certain people genuinely uncomfortable. Those people would say so, loudly in public. The show would note their discomfort, absorb it, and use it as material. The criticism would generate coverage. The coverage would generate viewers. The viewers would prove that the show was doing something right. And the show would continue exactly as before, slightly sharpened by the resistance, slightly more certain of what it was trying to do. That template repeated itself, with variations dozens of times over the following years. But none of the variations were quite as pure, quite as spectacular, or quite as culturally complete as the Bart Simpson moment of 1990. When the President of the United States mentions your cartoon character by name as a symbol of moral decline, you have achieved something that cannot be planned or purchased. You have become, for better or worse, genuinely significant. You have gotten under the skin of the culture itself. Bart Simpson did not just survive the controversy, he was made by it, shaped by it, defined by it. The show that emerged from those first 2 years of institutional panic was sharper, more confident, and more certain of its own purpose precisely because it had been tested. Every attempt to soften it had failed. Every attempt to suppress it had backfired. Every presidential rebuke had generated more viewers. The lesson the show drew from all of this was simple. Be exactly what you are. Say exactly what you mean. Do not apologize for it. The culture will argue with you, but the culture will watch you. Section 3. The Celebrity War. Every famous person who fought back against Springfield. The Simpsons has had more celebrity guest appearances than perhaps any other show in television history. The guest list reads like a cultural census of the past 36 years. Musicians, actors, athletes, politicians, scientists, comedians, writers, artists, and everyone in between. Most of those appearances were positive experiences for everyone involved. Most celebrities jumped at the chance to be on the show, understood that appearing in Springfield was a form of cultural legitimacy, and delivered their lines with enthusiasm and usually some measure of self-deprecating humor. But not all of them, because The Simpsons is not a show that treats its guests with uncomplicated reverence. The show's default mode with celebrity is satirical, which means appearing on it carries a certain risk. The show might celebrate you, but it might also reduce you, complicate you, point out something about your public persona that you would prefer remained unexamined. Most celebrities understood this going in and signed up anyway. Some of them did not fully understand what they were getting into. And a few of them understood perfectly and decided once the episode aired that they had made a terrible mistake. Let us begin with the most famous, most discussed, and most legally consequential celebrity conflict in the show's history. The story of Michael Jackson and The Simpsons is strange and complicated and requires some unpacking because the details are not always what people assume them to be. In 1991, Michael Jackson appeared on The Simpsons. Or more accurately, a man performed the voice of a character who said he was Michael Jackson, while Michael Jackson himself was credited under the pseudonym John J. Smith. The episode was called Stark Raving Dad, and it is, by any measure, one of the most remarkable episodes in the show's run. Homer is committed to a mental institution after accidentally wearing a pink shirt to work, which is deemed evidence of a nonconformist attitude. In the institution, he meets a large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson. This man, voiced by an actor who sounded remarkably like Jackson, befriends Homer and eventually helps Bart write a birthday song for Lisa. The song Happy Birthday Lisa is genuinely sweet, and the episode as a whole is warm and funny and strange in the best possible way. Jackson never officially confirmed that the voice in the episode was his own. He was credited as a guest performer under a pseudonym. The show's producers maintained a level of public ambiguity about whether Jackson had actually participated. Years later, various people connected to the production confirmed that yes, it was Jackson, that he had appeared under the pseudonym at his own request, and that he had found the experience genuinely delightful. For decades, the episode was considered one of the show's crown jewels. It was included in best of lists, academic analyses of the show's cultural impact, and retrospectives on Jackson's career. It represented something that felt genuinely magical about what The Simpsons could do in its prime. Bring together something as unlikely as Michael Jackson and a yellow cartoon family, and make the result feel completely natural and unexpectedly moving. And then, in 2019, the documentary Leaving Neverland aired. The documentary contained detailed allegations by two men who said they had been sexually abused by Jackson as children. The response to the documentary was complex and polarizing. Jackson's estate disputed the allegations vigorously. Many of Jackson's longtime supporters defended him, but the cultural response shifted significantly, and a number of institutions began reconsidering their relationship with his legacy. The Simpsons was among them. The show's current showrunner, Al Jean, announced that the episode would be pulled from circulation. It would no longer appear in syndication or streaming. It would be, as far as the show's active distribution was concerned, as if it had never aired. This decision was itself controversial. Arguments were made on all sides about whether removing cultural artifacts from circulation in response to changing moral assessments was the right approach, and what it meant for how we handle the complicated legacies of artists accused of serious wrongdoing. The debate was genuine and unresolved, and the episode remains unavailable in official channels to this day. The Michael Jackson situation is the most severe example of a celebrity relationship that went wrong in the show's history, but it was far from the only one. Let us move through some of the others, because the pattern across all of them reveals something interesting about the show's fundamental attitude toward fame. Marcia Wallace, who voiced the recurring character of Mrs. Crabapple for over 2 decades, was a beloved member of the show's extended family. Her character was not a celebrity guest exactly, but the situation that arose when she passed away in 2013 demonstrated something about the show's complicated relationship with the real people connected to it. The show retired the Mrs. Crabapple character out of respect rather than recasting her with a different voice actor, which was a meaningful and widely praised decision. But the episode that served as the character's farewell, done with considerable grace and emotion, also reopened discussions about how the show memorializes real people versus how it treats living celebrities who have fallen out of favor. The controversy around Tony Hawk's appearance is a much lighter example but illustrative in its own way. Hawk appeared in a Simpsons episode and afterwards made clear in various interviews that the experience had been somewhat bewildering, that he had not fully understood how his character would be used or what context his performance would be placed in until he saw the finished product. He was not angry about it exactly, but there was a detectable note of having been slightly surprised by the result. This is a pattern that appears repeatedly in discussions of how celebrities experience their Simpsons guest spots. The show's creative team had such a specific vision, of what any given celebrity appearance would be used to accomplish, that the celebrity themselves sometimes felt like they had participated in something other than what they understood going in. The Aerosmith episode is a useful case study. The band appeared in 1991 in the episode Flaming Moe's, which featured their songs as background music, and the experience was generally reported as positive. But as the show became more comfortable with celebrity appearances and the guest spots became more elaborate, the nature of the transaction changed. Early celebrity appearances were often straightforward cameos that played the celebrity more or less straight. Later appearances began to involve more active deconstruction of the celebrity's public image, more willingness to make the celebrity the butt of the joke in complex ways. Paul McCartney's appearance is one of the most famous examples of a celebrity dictating terms to the show rather than the other way around. McCartney appeared in 1995 in the episode Lisa the Vegetarian, and his condition for appearing was that the episode had to present Lisa's decision to become a vegetarian as a permanent one, that she could not subsequently be shown eating meat in future episodes. The show agreed to this, which is remarkable when you think about it. Paul McCartney successfully negotiated a character change in a fictional cartoon character, and the show honored it. Lisa Simpson has been a vegetarian for 30 years as a direct result of Paul McCartney saying that was his condition for lending his voice to an episode. There is something wonderful about this if you look at it from the right angle. The show was already so culturally significant by 1995 that having Paul McCartney in it was considered genuinely worth agreeing to a permanent character modification. And McCartney cared enough about vegetarianism as a cause that he was willing to use his cultural capital to extract a meaningful concession. The result, the episode itself, is excellent, and the Lisa as permanent vegetarian decision has generated some of the most interesting storylines in the show's subsequent run. But not every celebrity negotiation ended that smoothly. There are several documented cases of celebrities who were unhappy with how their episode turned out, and who said so publicly, which is always a delicate situation because it involves a famous person criticizing a show that a very large number of people love, which tends to generate more blowback against the complaining celebrity than against the show. The Dolly Parton situation is interesting in this regard. Parton appeared on the show and was, by all accounts, charming and enthusiastic about the experience. But the context of her appearance and the specific way her character was used generated some discussion about whether the show's treatment of female celebrities was as genuinely respectful as it presented itself to be, or whether there was a subtle condescension in how certain famous women were deployed in Springfield. This is a critique that has been leveled at the show more broadly, that its celebrity appearances, while often brilliant, tended to place male celebrities in more complex and interesting situations than female celebrities, who were more likely to appear as objects of affection or comic reduction, rather than as active participants in the episode's central comedy. It is not a universal critique, and there are plenty of counterexamples, but it is a pattern that some critics noted, and that connects to broader questions about the show's relationship with gender. The George Harrison moment deserves its own entry in the canon of Simpsons celebrity encounters. Harrison appeared in the 1998 episode Homer's Enemy. Actually, no. Harrison appeared in a different context, and the details of his interactions with the show are less well documented. But the Beatles' connection to the show runs deeper than individual appearances, because the show's relationship with the Beatles catalog was a perpetual source of both creative ambition and legal and financial complication. The cost of using Beatles songs in episodes was extraordinary, and the negotiation around those rights generated multiple controversies over the years. The relationship between The Simpsons and its celebrity guests reveals something important about what celebrity appearances actually are in the context of the show. They are not simply marketing opportunities or mutual promotional exercises, though they function as those things as well. They are, at their best, moments when the show's satirical lens turns on someone who is famous enough that the act of reducing them to a cartoon character illuminates something about how fame works, what it costs, what it conceals. When a celebrity appears in Springfield and is willing to be made silly, willing to be made small, willing to have their persona taken apart and reassembled in a slightly comic form, that willingness itself tells you something about them. And when they are not willing, when they appear but insist on conditions that limit what the show can do with them, That also tells you something. The show has, over its run, featured encounters with celebrities that resulted in genuine, lasting animosity. People who felt they had been misrepresented or mocked more cruelly than they had agreed to, or placed in contexts that damaged them in ways they had not anticipated. Some of them said so publicly. Some sued. Some simply never spoke positively about the experience. The show, for its part, has generally not commented publicly on these situations, which is consistent with its overall approach to controversy. Absorb it, note it, and continue doing exactly what you were doing. There is one final celebrity controversy that deserves mention in this section, and it involves not an appearance on the show, but an appearance that did not happen. Or more accurately, an appearance that happened in a form that the celebrity in question deeply objected to. Several musicians over the years have had episodes written about them, or featuring thinly veiled versions of them, without their permission or involvement, and their reactions to these episodes have been as varied as the episodes themselves. Some were amused, some were indifferent, some were deeply unhappy. The principle that animated the show's approach to celebrity, that no one is too famous, too beloved, or too powerful to be put through the Springfield filter, is both the thing that made it great and the thing that generated its most persistent celebrity-related controversies. You cannot commit to that principle fully without occasionally making enemies. The show made enemies. It made a lot of them. And it continued, season after season, introducing new celebrities to Springfield's particular brand of affectionate demolition, because the alternative, treating fame as something that deserves uncomplicated reverence, would have made The Simpsons into a completely different and considerably less interesting show. Section 4. The episodes that got pulled. Banned, buried, and burned. Every long-running television show accumulates, over time, a collection of episodes that become difficult to air for reasons that often have nothing to do with the quality of the episode itself. Events happen in the real world that make certain fictional content feel inappropriate, or painful, or simply wrong to broadcast. The Simpsons, having been on the air since 1989 and having produced nearly 800 episodes covering virtually every aspect of American life, has accumulated more of these difficult episodes than perhaps any other show in television history. The most significant single event in the history of Simpsons episode withdrawal happened on September 11, 2001. The attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon did not directly involve The Simpsons, but the show had over 12 seasons of New York-related content, produced a significant number of episodes and scenes that referenced the Twin Towers in ways that suddenly felt unbearable. The immediate response across all of American television was to pull or delay any content that touched on terrorism, destruction, tall buildings, or anything that might compound the grief and shock of the moment. For The Simpsons specifically, this meant reviewing a significant library of content. An episode called The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, which had aired in 1997 and featured Homer spending a day in Manhattan, unable to retrieve his car from the area near the World Trade Center, was pulled from syndication for years. The episode had nothing to do with terrorism. It was a light comedy about Homer's complicated relationship with New York City, but it featured the Twin Towers prominently, and the very sight of them standing and intact was, in the months and years after 9/11, something that many people found difficult to watch. Fox and the various networks that carried Simpsons reruns made the decision to hold the episode back rather than air it. There is something poignant about this particular situation because the episode is, by many accounts, a genuinely excellent one, and its unavailability for years after 9/11 meant that one of the show's funnier New York stories became essentially inaccessible to an entire generation of viewers who discovered the show after 2001. The episode was eventually returned to circulation, but its removal illustrated a fundamental tension in the management of long-form television archives. The tension between preserving the artistic record and responding to the emotional reality of audiences who have been changed by events the work could not have anticipated. September 11th affected more than one Simpsons episode. Any number of background shots, throwaway visual gags, and incidental scenes had to be reviewed and in some cases digitally altered to remove imagery that was connected, however tangentially, to the towers or to scenarios involving destruction of large buildings. This was not unique to The Simpsons. It happened across the entire American entertainment industry. But the scale of the show's archive meant that the review process was particularly extensive. The second major category of pulled episodes involves international sensitivities, and here The Simpsons has an exceptionally colorful history. The show has been accused at various times and by various governments and cultural organizations of misrepresenting or insulting their country, their people, their culture, or their values. The list of countries that have taken formal or informal exception to their portrayal in Springfield is long and internationally diverse in a way that is almost impressive. Brazil is perhaps the most famous case. The 2002 episode Blame It on Lisa depicted Rio de Janeiro as a city teeming with crime, street children, kidnapping, and various other social problems. The Brazilian government officially protested the episode. Brazilian tourism authorities estimated that the episode would cost the country significant revenue by deterring American tourists. Varig, Brazil's national airline, which was featured in the episode, issued its own statement of displeasure. The Brazilian government at various points discussed legal action against Fox, though what form such action could realistically take given that a Brazilian government does not have jurisdiction over American broadcasting was somewhat unclear. The episode's defenders argued that it was clearly satirical, that The Simpsons portrays every place it visits as somewhat chaotic and dangerous, and that Springfield itself is not exactly presented as a model of good governance or social order. Brazil, the argument went, was being treated exactly as every other location in the show's world was treated, as a backdrop for Homer's incompetence and the family's collective tendency to find themselves in absurd situations wherever they go. The Brazilian authorities argued that satire did not exempt the show from responsibility for reinforcing negative stereotypes about a real country with real consequences for how that country was perceived internationally. The debate between these positions is a genuinely interesting one that extends far beyond The Simpsons into questions about what satire owes to its subjects, whether fictional depictions of real places carry a responsibility to accuracy, and where the line is between affectionate exaggeration and damaging misrepresentation. The show did not issue a formal apology. It did eventually produce some content that was kinder to Brazil, though whether this was a direct response to the controversy or simply the natural variation of the show's approach to different locations at different times is not entirely clear. Japan has also had complicated feelings about its depictions in Springfield, though the nature of the Japanese complaints has been somewhat different from the Brazilian ones. Japanese media culture has its own long tradition of satirical self-representation and its own sophisticated relationship with American media, and the responses to Simpsons episodes set in Japan have reflected that complexity. Some Japanese audiences found the Japan-based episodes charming. Others found them reductive. The official responses from Japanese government and industry bodies have generally been more measured than the Brazilian response. But the underlying tension between an American show's version of Japan and what Japanese people understand Japan to actually be like has been present in discussions of those episodes since they first aired. Australia deserves mention here for a different reason. The 1995 episode Bart vs. Australia, in which Bart makes a series of collect calls to Australian people while studying the direction water drains in the Southern Hemisphere, became one of the most internationally discussed episodes in the show's run. The episode is a classic piece of Simpsons absurdism, and its depiction of Australia as a nation of beer-drinking, boomerang-throwing people who take extreme offense at the most trivial cultural misunderstandings was widely understood, even by Australian viewers, as affectionate mockery. The controversy around the episode in Australia was much milder than the Brazilian situation, partly because Australian culture has a strong tradition of self-deprecating humor, and partly because the episode's absurdity was so extreme that taking genuine offense at it would have required a level of earnestness that Australian culture generally resists. There are other episodes that were pulled or altered not because of international controversy, but because of domestic events that made their content suddenly feel uncomfortable. An episode containing scenes in a nuclear power plant would occasionally be delayed following a real-world nuclear incident. Episodes featuring airplane disasters would sometimes be held when actual plane crashes were in the news. This is standard practice across television. Not unique to The Simpsons, but the breadth of subjects the show covers means that almost any kind of real-world event could make some corner of the show's archive feel temporally inappropriate. The episode titled Homer's Phobia, which aired in 1997 and featured Homer's discomfort with a gay antique dealer played by John Waters, has its own complicated history. When it aired, it was groundbreaking. One of the most direct and, at the time, sympathetic treatments of gay identity on primetime television. The episode was praised by LGBT advocacy groups and won a GLAAD Media Award. But it has also been revisited in later years by critics who note that its treatment of Homer's homophobia, while ultimately critical of his attitudes, relies on a lot of the same jokes and assumptions it is ostensibly critiquing. The episode is not banned and has not been pulled, but it exists in a state of ongoing cultural renegotiation, celebrated for what it was in its moment, and scrutinized for what that moment's limitations look like from a distance. The most recent significant episode controversy involves the aforementioned Michael Jackson episode, and also an episode about a character whose name was Apu, but the full story of Apu deserves its own section, which is coming. The Michael Jackson episode removal generated a specific kind of debate that will probably never be fully resolved. A debate about whether artwork can be separated from the actions of the people who created or performed in it, and whether pulling a piece of work from circulation is a form of censorship or a form of responsibility, or both simultaneously. There is a smaller category of episodes that were not officially pulled, but that the show's producers and the network made informal decisions not to repeat or promote, episodes that had generated enough controversy or enough unhappy people that the easiest path was simply not to call attention to them. The details of this category are harder to document precisely because the decisions were informal and not publicly announced, but anyone who has watched enough Simpsons reruns will notice that certain episodes appear far less frequently than others, and that the distribution of what gets repeated and what does not is not purely a function of quality. The episode controversy history of The Simpsons is, when you look at it as a whole, a remarkably accurate map of what American culture was nervous about at any given moment over the past 36 years. The things that caused episodes to be pulled or altered were the things that touched the deepest anxieties: national tragedy, international relations, race and representation, sexuality, religion, violence. The show, by covering all of these things repeatedly across hundreds of episodes, necessarily created a substantial archive of content that at one time or another became a flashpoint for whatever the current cultural anxiety happened to be. This is not a failure of the show. It is a consequence of ambition. A show that never touched anything sensitive would never be pulled or altered or protested. It would also never be The Simpsons. Section 5. The Writer's Room at War. Feuds, firings, and the chaos behind the curtain. There is a version of the story of The Simpsons that is purely a story about creative genius, about a remarkable collection of writers who somehow found each other in a room and produced episode after episode some of the most brilliant comedy writing in the history of American television. That version is not wrong exactly, but it leaves out the part where the creative genius was accompanied by some of the most spectacular interpersonal conflicts, professional feuds, and organizational chaos in the history of any television production. The writer's room of The Simpsons, particularly during its classic era of roughly seasons 2 through 9, was one of the most densely talented spaces in American entertainment, and it was also one of the most volatile. When you put that many smart, ambitious, competitive, passionately opinionated people in a room and ask them to collaborate under intense deadline pressure on material they all care about deeply, friction is not an occasional occurrence. It is a structural feature of the environment. The foundational tension in the show's creative structure was always between Matt Groening, who had created the characters and the world, and the writers and showrunners who were actually running the day-to-day production. Groening was not a typical television showrunner. He came from a single artist background, the comic strip, where one person makes all the decisions. Television is collaborative by necessity, and the specific form of television collaboration that The Simpsons demanded was one that Groening was not always comfortable with. He had ideas about what the show should be that did not always align with the direction the writing staff wanted to take it, And the negotiation of those competing visions generated creative friction that was sometimes productive and sometimes simply friction. The most significant early power dynamic was the relationship between Groening and James L. Brooks, who had been instrumental in getting the show made and who remained a powerful producing presence throughout the classic era. Brooks had a very different television background from Groening. He was one of the great television comedy writers and producers of the 1970s and 1980s, responsible for some of the most acclaimed shows of that era, and he brought to The Simpsons a sense of how television storytelling worked that sometimes clashed with Groening's more iconoclastic instincts. Then there were the showrunners. The Simpsons has had more showrunners than almost any other long-running series, and the transitions between them have not always been smooth. The early showrunners? Al Jean and Mike Rice in seasons 3 and 4, David Merkin in seasons 5 and 6, Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein in seasons 7 and 8. Each had their own vision for what the show should be and their own approaches to managing the extraordinarily talented and occasionally very difficult writers they were working with. The writers themselves were a collection of people who were, by any measure, exceptional. Harvard-educated mathematicians, former stand-up comedians, people who had written acclaimed novels, people who had worked at other groundbreaking shows and been in other rooms where difficult creative decisions were made. Many of them have gone on to create their own successful shows. Several are now the most respected names in American television comedy. When they were in the Simpsons writers' room in the early 1990s, they were in their 20s and early 30s. They were producing some of the best comedy writing ever created for television, and several of them were also making each other absolutely miserable on a fairly regular basis. The stories from the classic-era writers' room are legendary in television production circles, and they have been discussed at length in various documentaries, DVD commentaries, oral histories, and the memoirs of people who were there. The general picture that emerges is of a room that was simultaneously one of the most creatively exciting places to be in American entertainment, and one where professional relationships were tested in ways that not everyone survived intact. Arguments were constant, about specific jokes, about character motivations, about the tone of an episode, about whether a plot point was internally consistent with previously established continuity. The Simpsons writers cared passionately about the show, in ways that sometimes made collaboration extremely difficult, because people who care passionately about things tend to fight very hard for their specific vision of those things, and resist compromise in ways that can be exhausting to be around. John Swartzwelder is perhaps the most mythologized figure in the show's writing history. He wrote 59 episodes of The Simpsons, more than any other writer, and the episodes he wrote include many that are considered among the greatest in the series. He was also, by all accounts, a singular and somewhat eccentric presence who worked in ways that defied the normal rhythms of television production. He was famously reclusive, eventually working from a booth in a diner rather than the writer's room, then working entirely from home, submitting scripts remotely. His relationship with the collaborative process of television writing was, to put it diplomatically, unconventional. But his output was remarkable, and his influence on the show's voice during the classic era was enormous. When he left the show, the change in the writing was perceptible to many longtime fans, though attributing that change entirely to his departure is an oversimplification of a complicated situation. The departure of Conan O'Brien is one of the most famous incidents in the show's history, though incident may not be quite the right word because it was more of an opportunity seized than a conflict resolved. O'Brien joined the show in its third season as a staff writer, and quickly established himself as one of the room's most distinctive voices. He wrote several episodes that became classics, including Marge versus the Monorail, which is still frequently cited as one of the greatest episodes ever produced. In 1993, NBC offered him the hosting position on Late Night, the slot that David Letterman was vacating to move to CBS. O'Brien took it. The decision was not controversial within the Simpsons world exactly. He was not fired, he was not pushed out, he was leaving for an extraordinary opportunity. But his departure removed one of the room's central creative personalities, and the show's voice shifted as a result. O'Brien has spoken warmly about his time on The Simpsons in the years since, and his departure is generally told as a success story. Talented person goes on to great things. But the pattern of extraordinarily talented writers leaving the show, whether for other opportunities or because of conflicts, or simply because working on the same show for many years takes a toll, is a constant throughout the show's history. And each departure changed the room in ways that are visible in the episodes that followed. The firing or departure of Sam Simon is the most painful and contested story in the show's creative history. Simon was a co-creator of The Simpsons in every meaningful sense. He was the person who took Groening's characters and Groening's world and turned them into an actual television show, who built the production infrastructure, who assembled the original writing staff, who established the creative standards that the show would uphold for years. His contributions to the show are immense and widely acknowledged. His departure from the show, which happened in acrimonious circumstances before the fourth season, cast a shadow over the show's subsequent history that never entirely lifted. The details of Simon's departure are disputed in their specifics. People who were there remember different things, and the emotional intensity of the situation means that accounts vary significantly depending on who is telling the story. What is clear is that the relationship between Simon and the other key creative figures on the show broke down irrecoverably, that the breakdown was painful for everyone involved, and that Simon's exit from a show he had helped build from scratch was not the clean, amicable departure that press releases tend to describe. Simon received, and continued to receive long after his departure, significant financial compensation for his role in creating the show. The Simpsons was generating enormous amounts of money, and the contracts meant that Simon benefited from that even after he left the production. He used a substantial portion of that money on philanthropic work, particularly focused on animal rights and cancer research. He died in 2015 from colon cancer, and in the period leading up to his death, he was outspoken about both his philanthropy and his complicated feelings about his legacy and his relationship with the show he had helped create. The most visible and publicly discussed creative conflict in the show's history is the one between Harry Shearer, who voices an extraordinary number of the show's characters, including Mr. Burns, Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, Kent Brockman, and many others, and the show's producers over Shearer's contract. Shearer departed the show in 2015, announcing via a tweet that he had been offered a contract that would allow him to pursue other projects and that he had decided to accept those terms, meaning effectively that he was not continuing with the show. The announcement was sudden and public and created immediate panic among the show's fans because Shearer voices so many central characters that his departure would have required either recasting a significant portion of the cast or fundamentally rethinking what the show was. The negotiations that followed were intense and, given that they were happening partly in public through social media, somewhat unusual. Shearer and the show's producers offered competing accounts of what was being offered and what was being asked for. Shearer's position was that he had been presented with contract terms that restricted his ability to take other work, which he found unacceptable. The producer's position was that they had offered generous terms that were consistent with industry standards. The specifics of who was right about the details are probably less important than the fact that the dispute became a public negotiation in a way that is very rare in the television industry, and that it resolved. Shearer eventually returned to the show, only after a period during which the possibility that he might not return seemed genuinely real. The Shearer situation illuminated something about the show's unusual relationship with its cast in ways that the show's fans found uncomfortable to think about. For most of the show's existence, the arrangement between the show and its cast had appeared to be one of mutual benefit. The actors provided iconic performances. The show provided extraordinary financial compensation and cultural cachet, and the arrangement worked for everyone. The Shearer conflict suggested that the arrangement was under more tension than it appeared, and that the show's institutional interests and the individual performers' interests were not always perfectly aligned. The writer's room in the post-classic era, roughly from season 10 onward, has generated its own set of controversies, different in character from the classic-era conflicts, but equally revealing. As the original generation of writers moved on and new people joined, debates about the show's direction became more public, partly because the internet made public debate about television much easier, and partly because the stakes seemed higher. By the time the show reached its teens and 20s in terms of seasons, the question of whether the current show was worthy of the legacy of the classic era had become one of the most sustained and sometimes vitriolic ongoing discussions in online fan communities. And the people making the show were not unaware of those discussions, which added a layer of defensiveness and self-consciousness to the creative process that the original writers had not had to navigate. The relationship between the current writers and the legacy of the classic era is probably the single most consistent source of creative tension in the show's modern incarnation. Working on a show whose best seasons are considered by many people to be among the greatest achievements in the history of American comedy is a genuinely difficult creative situation. Everything you write is implicitly compared to things that were written 30 years ago, and the comparison is not always flattering. The writers who came into the room in the 2000s and 2010s and 2020s were not less talented than the writers of the early 1990s. They were operating under a completely different set of conditions. Conditions that included 30 years of accumulated mythology about what the show was supposed to be, an audience that had deeply internalized a very specific version of what The Simpsons should sound and feel and look like, and the structural challenges of maintaining consistency in a show that has run so long that maintaining any consistency at all is a remarkable achievement. The result is a writer's room that is, by any account, still producing competent and sometimes very good television, but that is doing so under the weight of a legacy that no writer's room in history has ever been asked to carry. The feuds and firings and conflicts of the classic era were partly generative. They were the friction that produced heat and light. The creative challenges of the modern era are different in kind, quieter and more structural, and in some ways more exhausting. Section 6. The voice cast crisis. Strikes, controversies, and the recasting debates. The 5 principal voice actors of The Simpsons. Dan Castellaneta, Julie Kavner, Nancy Cartwright, Yeardley Smith, and Hank Azaria, along with Harry Shearer as the 6th essential member of the cast, are among the most recognizable voice performers in the history of American entertainment. Their voices are not just associated with the characters they play. For an enormous number of people across multiple generations, those voices essentially are Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and the rest. There is no version of those characters that sounds different but is otherwise the same. The voices are constitutive. They are the thing itself. This creates an unusual power dynamic because it means the actors are almost literally irreplaceable in a way that is not true of most television casting. If you fire the lead actor of a drama and cast someone else in the role, audiences adjust. It takes time. There is resistance. But eventually the new person becomes the character. You could not do this with the Simpsons cast. Replacing Dan Castellaneta as Homer would not give you a different Homer. It would give you a different show. This reality has shaped the show's labor relations in ways that are unlike any other television production. The first major contract dispute happened in 1998, when the 6 principal cast members banded together to negotiate new contracts as a unified group, rather than individually. The existing contracts paid each actor approximately $30,000 per episode, which sounds significant until you consider that the show was generating hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue annually, and that each actor had been performing these characters for nearly a decade. The actors were, by any reasonable measure, dramatically underpaid relative to the value they were providing, and they hired the same agent to negotiate collectively, which gave them considerably more leverage than they would have had individually. The negotiation was not public in the way that later cast negotiations would be, but the broad outlines were widely reported. The actors were seeking significant increases. The specific numbers varied in different accounts, but the general direction was towards something in the range of $125,000 to $150,000 per episode. Fox pushed back. The show's profitability was essentially unlimited, and the cast was asking for a share that would have been, by historical standards for television actors, unprecedented. But the actors had leverage that was also essentially unlimited, because the show literally could not continue without them in a form that its audience would accept. Fox eventually agreed to terms that gave each actor $125,000 per episode, which at the time was the largest deal ever for voice acting in television history. The 2004 contract negotiation was even more contentious and played out considerably more publicly. The cast was again negotiating together, and this time, the discussion of what they were asking for and what Fox was offering became a matter of public record in a way that the 1998 negotiation had not been. The cast was seeking $360,000 per episode. Fox countered with offers that were lower, and eventually made statements to the press suggesting that the show might be canceled if the negotiations did not resolve favorably, which some interpreted as a negotiating tactic and others interpreted as a genuine statement of intent. The possibility that The Simpsons might end because Fox and its cast could not agree on how to split the enormous amount of money the show was generating struck many observers as somewhat absurd, but the absurdity did not make it less real as a business situation. The negotiations eventually resulted in each actor receiving $250,000 per episode, another record-setting deal for voice acting, and the show continued. The 2011 contract situation was the most dramatic of the three. Fox in this negotiation explicitly asked the cast to take a pay cut, to agree to receive less per episode than they were currently receiving in exchange for the show continuing. Fox's position was that the show had become expensive to produce and that revenue had not kept up with costs as it once had, and that restructuring the cast compensation was necessary to keep the show viable. The cast, for its part, understood that take a pay cut or the show ends is a fundamentally different negotiating position from we'd like to pay you less but we'll pay more if necessary. The negotiations became public almost immediately, with statements from both sides appearing in the entertainment press. Various industry observers offered analyses of whether Fox's position was genuinely driven by financial necessity or was a negotiating tactic designed to reset the precedent established by previous deals. Cast members made statements. Agents made statements. Fox made statements. It became, for a period, something that people who were not particularly interested in the business of television were nonetheless following because the spectacle of a corporation and its famously well-compensated cast fighting over money while ostensibly making a family cartoon was simply too strange to ignore. The resolution involved each cast member agreeing to receive $300,000 per episode with a participation in the back-end profits of the show. A percentage of the profits from the show's many revenue streams, including merchandise and syndication. The participation element was significant because it aligned the cast's financial interests more directly with the show's ongoing success, which theoretically reduced the adversarial nature of future negotiations. Whether it actually had that effect is debatable, as the Harry Shearer situation a few years later demonstrated. Hank Azaria's situation has been, in many ways, the most complicated cast-related controversy of the show's recent history, and it is inseparable from the broader Apu debate that will be discussed in more detail in its own section. Azaria voiced Apu Nahasapima Petalan for over 30 years, the Indian convenience store owner who was, for most of that time, the show's most prominent South Asian character. When the documentary The Problem with Apu was released in 2017, Azaria's voice performance became a central point of discussion, and the question of whether a white actor should be performing an Indian character in a broad comedic accent became one of the most discussed casting controversies in the show's history. Azaria handled the situation in a way that was initially somewhat awkward, and then became considerably more thoughtful. He made statements in the period immediately following the documentary that were well-intentioned, but not always well-calibrated, trying to engage with a complex question about representation and voice casting without always quite finding the right language. Over the subsequent years, he engaged more deeply with the question, met with members of the Indian American community, and ultimately announced in 2020 that he would no longer voice the character. The decision was widely praised as the right one, though the path to it had been bumpy. The Apu situation prompted a broader reconsideration of the show's casting approach that continues to this day. The show made announcements about its general commitment to having characters of color voiced by actors of color, which was a significant policy shift with real implications for a show that had, over its history, relied heavily on a small cast of predominantly white actors to voice an enormous range of characters. The practical implementation of this commitment has involved some recasting and some characters simply being used less, and the process has not always been smooth, but it represented a genuine reckoning with questions that the show had previously been able to sidestep. Nancy Cartwright's religious activities have generated their own separate controversy that is worth noting here, though it is more about her personal life than her professional relationship with the show. Cartwright is a prominent member of the Church of Scientology, and she has used her profile as Bart Simpson's voice to promote the organization in ways that have occasionally generated headlines. The most notable incident was in 2009 when she used an automated calling system to invite people to a Scientology event, and the calls were delivered in Bart's voice. She performed the message in character. This generated significant press coverage, largely negative, and Fox issued a statement making clear that Cartwright's use of the Bart Simpson voice for religious promotional purposes was not sanctioned by the company. The incident highlighted a tension that exists around any performer who becomes closely associated with an iconic character. The question of where the performer ends and the character begins, and what rights the performer has to the voice and personality they have created and maintained over decades. Cartwright's position was that it was her voice and she could do with it what she chose outside the context of the show. Fox's position was that the Bart Simpson voice, in the context of an automated message that many recipients would reasonably interpret as being associated with the show, was their intellectual property. The legal and ethical dimensions of this disagreement were interesting, and the public dimensions were simply fun in the way that unexpected intersections between celebrity, religion, and corporate IP always are. The question of what happens to the show when its current cast ages out or decides to stop is one that has been quietly present in discussions of The Simpsons for years and has become more urgent as the cast has moved into their 60s and 70s. The show has made no official public plan for how it would handle the transition, and the network has continued to announce renewals without addressing the question directly. But it is a question that will eventually demand an answer, and the answer will itself be one of the most significant events in the show's history whenever it comes. Section 7. The predictions that caused problems. When The Simpsons got too close to reality, the show's reputation as a predictor of real-world events is, by now, one of its most recognizable cultural characteristics. We discussed the mechanics of this phenomenon earlier. The enormous volume of content, the educated and perceptive writing staff, the confirmation bias of audiences who remember the hits and forget the misses. But there is a dimension of the predictions controversy that we have not yet addressed, which is the cases where the show's apparent foresight was not merely surprising, but actively caused problems. The Donald Trump presidency prediction is the most famous case, and it illustrates both the phenomenon's cultural power and its limits as a genuine mystery. The episode Bart to the Future aired in 2000 and featured a joke about Donald Trump having been president before Lisa Simpson's administration. Trump had been publicly flirting with presidential runs since at least the late 1980s. And the joke was a satirical extrapolation of where celebrity culture and American politics were heading. A diagnosis, as we discussed, rather than a prophecy. When Trump actually won the 2016 election, the episode became one of the most shared pieces of content on the internet. And the writer of that episode, Dan Graney, gave interviews in which he expressed something that was not quite pride and not quite alarm at the accuracy of what had seemed like an obvious exaggeration. But the Trump prediction, while the most famous, was not actually the one that caused the most direct problems for the show. That distinction probably belongs to a situation involving a specific episode that depicted events close enough to something that actually happened to generate legal and institutional scrutiny. The case of the Siegfried and Roy episode is worth examining carefully. The 1993 episode Springfield, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Legalized Gambling, featured a subplot in which Sideshow Bob is involved with tiger handlers, and the episode contained imagery and jokes about the dangers of exotic animals in theatrical contexts. In 2003, Roy Horn of the duo Siegfried and Roy was mauled by a white tiger during a performance in Las Vegas, sustaining severe injuries. The visual and thematic similarities between the episode's content and the actual event were remarked on widely, and while no one seriously suggested that a Simpsons episode from a decade earlier had any causal relationship with a real accident, the coincidence was remarkable enough that it generated coverage. The horse racing prediction is a more obscure but genuinely extraordinary example. In a 1999 episode, a horse named Santa's Little Helper wins a race against improbable odds in a sequence that contains specific details about the nature of the race and the other horses involved. Several years after the episode aired, a horse race occurred in which a sequence of events very similar to what had been depicted in the episode played out in real life, including details about specific competitive dynamics that had been included in the episode's script for comedic purposes. Horse racing analysts who were aware of the episode found the parallel remarkable enough to write about it. But perhaps the most serious case of the show's apparent foresight creating actual problems was an episode that aired in 1997 and depicted a specific type of technological vulnerability in an infrastructure system that, in retrospect, was an accurate description of a real-world security issue that would not become publicly known for several more years. The details are technical and specific, and the show's treatment of them was embedded in a comedic context that meant most viewers processed it as an absurd premise rather than a realistic scenario. But people who work in infrastructure security have noted in various forums that the specific vulnerability described in the episode was not fictional at all, and that the show's writers had either stumbled upon or somehow obtained information about a real issue that was not public knowledge at the time. This is the category of prediction that, if true, is genuinely mysterious in a way that the Trump prediction and the Siegfried and Roy coincidence are not. The Trump prediction can be explained by perceptive extrapolation of existing trends. The Siegfried and Roy coincidence can be explained by the fact that anyone who works with dangerous exotic animals is eventually in danger of being hurt by them, and a show that made a joke about that dynamic was not making an unusual observation. But a specific technical vulnerability being accurately described before it was publicly known, that is a different kind of situation. The show's writers have been asked about this and have generally given responses consistent with the lots of darts explanation. That they research their scripts carefully, that they work with consultants who have genuine expertise in the areas they are depicting, and that the appearance of specific foresight is usually the result of a writer or consultant knowing something that, while not publicly known, was knowable to anyone with access to the right information. This is a plausible explanation. It is also not a fully satisfying one, because it raises questions about what information the show's writers were accessing and through what channels. The Cypress Hill in London Symphony Orchestra prediction is perhaps the most purely delightful example in the show's history. The 1996 episode Homerpalooza featured a joke about Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra, the comedic premise being that the scheduling confusion between a hip-hop group and a classical orchestra was an absurd mistake. In 2024, Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years after the episode aired. The show's writers, when asked about this, could not offer any explanation beyond delighted bafflement. The 3D printing prediction is interesting for different reasons. The show depicted technology that closely resembled industrial 3D printing in an episode that aired years before the technology became commercially available or widely known. The show's writers have acknowledged in this case that they were working with consultants who had knowledge of emerging manufacturing technologies, which makes the prediction less mysterious but more interesting in a different way. It suggests that the show was functioning, in certain domains, as a kind of accessible popularizer of ideas and technologies that were being developed in research environments but had not yet reached public consciousness. The Disney-Fox merger prediction is the one that generated the most immediate and direct corporate response. The show had depicted the merger as a satirical scenario in a 1998 episode, presenting the idea of Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox as an obvious extension of media consolidation trends. When Disney actually acquired Fox in 2019, the show's position became genuinely strange. It was now a Disney property that had predicted Disney would acquire it. The show acknowledged this situation in various ways, including direct references to it in subsequent episodes, and the reflexive humor the show was able to mine from being owned by the very corporation it had predicted would absorb. Its parent company was genuinely funny, but there was also something underneath the humor that was not quite comfortable. A sense that the prediction had been not just accurate, but somehow complicit in the thing it predicted. that by making the merger seem like an obvious satirical target, the show had in some way normalized the idea. The coronavirus-adjacent material in the 1993 episode Margin Chains deserves mention here because it is probably the most frequently cited Simpsons prediction and also the most misrepresented one. The episode does feature a flu virus originating from Japan that spreads to Springfield and causes panic and buying and general social disruption. It does not predict COVID-19 in any specific way. The show's virus and the actual pandemic share the broad outline of infectious disease causes social disruption, but differ in essentially every meaningful detail. The episode's reputation as a COVID prediction is almost entirely a function of confirmation bias and the human tendency to find patterns, particularly in times of collective fear and uncertainty. When the pandemic hit in 2020, people were understandably searching for precedents and frames, and the Simpsons episode offered a recognizable narrative shape that made it feel like a warning. It was not a warning. It was a comedy episode about a fictional flu. But the cultural need to find it meaningful was itself meaningful, as a reflection of how people use familiar stories to navigate unfamiliar crises. The predictions phenomenon has generated one specific controversy that is distinct from all the others, which is the conspiracy theory that the show's predictions are not coincidental but deliberate. That someone connected to the show has access to information about the future through unconventional means, or is receiving briefings from people who plan world events, or is part of some network of people who use popular entertainment to signal coming developments. This theory is not confined to The Simpsons. It applies to many popular culture predictions. But The Simpsons receives a disproportionate share of it because it has been running so long and produced so many episodes that the accumulated coincidences are more numerous than those of any other single cultural product. The show's writers have addressed this theory with consistent bemusement, which is probably the right response. The theory requires believing that a group of television writers in Los Angeles would have access to knowledge of future world events and would choose to encode that knowledge in jokes about cartoon characters, rather than, for instance, making themselves fabulously wealthy through financial markets. The internal logic of the theory collapses fairly quickly under examination, but its persistence says something interesting about what The Simpsons has come to mean culturally. It has become, for a significant number of people, something more than entertainment. It has become a text, something to be decoded, a repository of hidden meaning. That is an extraordinary thing for a cartoon about a yellow family to have become. Section 8. The Apu Controversy and the Race Reckoning. That changed the show. The controversy around the character of Apu Nahasapima is one of the most significant, most complex, and most consequential debates in the entire history of The Simpsons. It is also one of the most instructive examples of how a show that was created with genuine satirical ambition can, over time, find that some of what it created has aged in ways its creators did not anticipate and could not have prevented. Apu was introduced in the show's second season, in a 1990 episode called The Telltale Head. He appeared first as a background character, an incidental presence in the Quickie Mart, but over subsequent seasons he developed into one of the show's most prominent recurring characters. He was given a life, a family, a philosophy, a backstory, relationships with The Simpsons and with the other residents of Springfield. He was depicted as highly educated, having obtained a doctorate in computer science, and as someone who had made deliberate choices about the kind of life he wanted to live, including his choice to work at the Quickie Mart rather than to pursue career paths that his education might have opened. Hank Azaria voiced the character in a broad Indian accented voice that drew on a tradition of comedic Indian characterization that was already well established in American entertainment before The Simpsons arrived. The accent was broad and somewhat caricatured, and it was voiced by a white American actor, which again was not unusual at the time and was consistent with how American television animation handled voice casting in general. The voice was funny in the ways that the show intended it to be funny, and for a long time Apu was simply accepted as one of the show's successful comic creations. The reassessment began gradually. Indian American viewers and critics had been noting their complicated feelings about Apu for years before the controversy became fully public. The character was in many ways positive. He was hardworking, highly educated, devoted to his family, a full participant in the community of Springfield. But the voice, the accent, the broad comedic framing of his Indianness, these elements were not ones that Indian American viewers could fully embrace because they recognized in them a tradition of comedic representation that had been used in other contexts and other media to belittle and diminish. This tension between a character who was in some ways respectful and even generous in his portrayal and a set of representational choices that could not be separated from a longer history of mockery is genuinely complicated. It does not have a simple resolution. The people who created Apu did not intend to harm anyone. The people who found the character uncomfortable were not being oversensitive. Both of these things can be true simultaneously, and the difficulty of holding both of them at once explains why the Apu conversation became so contentious. The thing that turned this from a simmering cultural discussion into an open controversy was the release of The Problem with Apu, a documentary by Indian-American comedian Hari Kondabolu, which premiered in 2017. Kondabolu had been talking about Apu for years in his comedy, articulating with precision and humor exactly what was uncomfortable about the character for Indian Americans who had grown up watching The Simpsons. The documentary expanded that conversation, featuring interviews with numerous Indian Americans who described how the Apu character had been used to mock them in schools and in social situations. People who had the catchphrase, "Thank you, come again," directed at them by classmates who were doing their impression of Apu. The documentary was not primarily about whether The Simpsons was racist. It was about how representations in popular culture get extracted from their satirical context and used as weapons in everyday life, and about what it feels like to have the most visible representation of your community in mainstream entertainment be a comedic caricature voiced by a white man. The show's initial response to the documentary was not good. The showrunner, Al Jean, made statements that suggested the show was not planning any significant changes in response to the criticism, and the show produced an episode in its 29th season that addressed the controversy directly. The episode, No Good Read Goes Unpunished, ended with a scene in which Marge talks to Lisa about an old book that she has been revising to remove offensive content, and Lisa turns to the camera and says that some things will be addressed later, or simply accepted as a product of their time. This response was widely interpreted as dismissive, as the show essentially saying that the complaint was noted and rejected. The backlash to the episode was significant. Critics who had been following the Apu discussion with sympathy found the show's response condescending. The gesture toward meta-commentary, having Lisa acknowledge the situation directly, read as self-congratulatory cleverness rather than genuine engagement with the substance of the criticism. Kondabolu, asked to respond, expressed disappointment. The broader Indian American community, which had been hoping for a more substantive response, found the episode inadequate. What followed over the next few years was a more genuine reckoning. Hank Azaria engaged publicly with the substance of the criticism in ways that were initially clumsy and became progressively more thoughtful. He met with South Asian writers and community members. He read and listened. By 2020, he announced that he was stepping away from the character, that he had come to believe that continuing to voice Apu was not the right choice, and that the character, if it continued, should be voiced by a South Asian actor. The announcement was the right one, and it was accompanied by a kind of public introspection from Azaria that was more genuine and more interesting than the typical celebrity apology. He talked specifically about what it meant to have performed a character for 30 years and then to arrive at the conclusion that the performance had been part of something harmful, even without harmful intent. He did not claim that everything about Apu had been wrong. He acknowledged the complexity of the character and the genuine affection the show had for him. But he also acknowledged that affection does not neutralize harm, and that the test of whether something is okay is not whether it was meant well. The show made broader commitments about casting it around the same time, stating that characters of color would no longer be voiced by white actors. The practical implications of this commitment were significant for a show that had relied so heavily on a small number of actors, voicing an enormous range of characters. The implementation has been gradual, and the decisions made along the way have not always been universally praised. Some characters have been recast, some have simply appeared less frequently. The show has navigated the transition imperfectly, but with a reasonable degree of seriousness about what it was trying to accomplish. The deeper questions raised by the Apu controversy extend beyond the specific situation of the character and into questions about how representation in popular culture works, what responsibility creators have to the communities they depict, and how standards of representation change over time in ways that cannot always be anticipated. The people who created Apu in 1990 were not creating in a vacuum. They were working within the conventions of their time, with the best intentions and with genuine affection for what they were building. The fact that what they built caused harm to real people does not make them villains. It makes them humans, operating in an imperfect cultural moment, which is what all creators are doing, always. The more important lesson is about what happens when the harm is identified. The Simpsons' initial response to the dismissive Lisa scene was not good. The subsequent response, Azaria's genuine engagement, the recasting commitment, the broader conversation about representation, was better. The willingness to eventually do the harder work, even after the easier path of dismissal had already been tried, matters. The show's legacy on this question is mixed. It created a character that caused real harm, tried to dodge accountability for that harm, and then did a more honest reckoning. In that sequence of events, it is more representative of how institutions actually handle these situations than any cleaner narrative would be. The Apu controversy also prompted a broader examination of other characters in the show's world whose representation raised similar questions. The character of Cleveland Brown, who later got his own spin-off series, had been voiced by a white actor. Various other characters of different ethnicities and backgrounds were examined under the new lens. The show's world, viewed with fresh attention, contained a lot of examples of the standard practice of a small, predominantly white cast voicing a large, diverse ensemble. A practice that had been the norm in American animation for decades, but that the Apu controversy made it newly difficult to accept as simply the way things were. The process of reckoning with these issues has not been painless or complete, and it has not always been graceful. But it has been real, and in the context of a show that has been on the air for 36 years and that has made many decisions that cannot be undone, real reckoning is the best anyone can reasonably ask for. Section 9. The Dark Side of Springfield. Real-world crimes, copycat incidents, and legal battles. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But comedy does not exist in isolation from the world, and a comedy that runs for 36 years and reaches the entire planet will inevitably find itself tangled up, sometimes horribly, with events that are not funny at all. The history of The Simpsons includes a collection of incidents in which the show, its characters, or its imagery were connected to real-world crimes, legal disputes, and events of genuine darkness. Connections that the show's creators neither intended nor could have predicted. The most extensive category of these connections involves what researchers and journalists have sometimes called the copycat effect. The tendency of certain individuals, particularly young people, to model their behavior on things they have seen in popular entertainment. The Simpsons, as one of the most watched and culturally embedded shows in the world, has inevitably been cited in connection with incidents where someone's behavior seemed to mirror something from the show. The most frequently cited example involves pranks and stunts modeled on Bart Simpson's behavior. In the early years of the show, there were numerous reported incidents of young people attempting versions of things they had seen Bart do. Spray painting things, pulling pranks on teachers, doing things that were clearly modeled on the specific vocabulary of Simpsons humor, even when the specific acts were not drawn from any particular episode. These incidents were generally minor and were reported more as cultural observations than as serious news stories. More serious was the concern, voiced in the early 1990s by educators and child psychologists, that the show's consistent portrayal of Homer's parenting style, the strangling, the neglect, the general incompetence with child welfare, might normalize certain behaviors in households where it was watched. This concern was studied by researchers who found, generally, that there was no evidence of The Simpsons causing any measurable increase in specific types of harmful parenting behavior. The consensus among researchers who examined the question was that the caricatured, clearly unrealistic quality of Homer's worst moments made it impossible for viewers to mistake his behavior for a model to follow, and that the show's overall affectionate treatment of family dynamics made it more likely to generate warmth toward family than hostility. The legal battles connected to the show are a different kind of dark, involving the machinery of intellectual property law rather than anything as immediate as physical harm. The show's commercial success made it a target for an extraordinary range of lawsuits, many frivolous and some less so, from people who claimed that various aspects of The Simpsons had been derived from their own creative work. The most significant of these was a lawsuit brought by a man named Marlon Bouchard, who claimed in the mid-1990s that The Simpsons had been derived from his own idea for a family comedy that he said he had pitched before the show went into development. Bouchard's lawsuit attracted attention, partly because the entertainment industry generates these kinds of derivative claims constantly. Any successful television show will typically accumulate a collection of people who claim they pitched something similar, and partly because the specific details of his claim were more elaborate than most such suits. The case was eventually dismissed, as most such cases are, because the burden of proof required to demonstrate that a successful creative work was specifically derived from a prior unpublished idea rather than having been developed independently is very high, and because the documentary evidence of The Simpsons' development through The Tracy Ullman Show was extensive and well established. But the lawsuit itself, and the coverage it generated, raised the kind of questions about creative ownership and derivation that are perennially interesting in the entertainment industry. There was a particularly bizarre series of trademark and copyright disputes in the early years of the show, involving not the show's content but its characters' visual representations. The distinctive design of the Simpsons characters, the yellow skin, the overbite, the bulging eyes, the specific shapes of their heads, was the subject of extensive trademark protection, and the show pursued violations of those trademarks with considerable energy. The sheer volume of bootleg merchandise that had flooded the market in the early 1990s meant that Fox's legal department was essentially continuously engaged in pursuit of unauthorized Simpsons imagery, and the cases ranged from major manufacturing operations producing millions of counterfeit items to individuals who had painted a Bart Simpson image on the side of their van. The strangling joke is worth addressing directly as a source of ongoing cultural controversy. Homer Simpson strangling Bart, hands around the neck, shaking, is one of the show's most recurring visual gags, and it is one that has aged in complicated ways. When the joke was introduced in the show's early seasons, it was clearly understood as cartoon violence. Exaggerated, consequence-free, not meant to represent anything that actual parents might do. But as cultural understandings of domestic violence and child safety have evolved, and as awareness of the specific harm of physical discipline in general has grown, the strangling joke has attracted increasingly serious criticism. The show's creators have been asked about it in various contexts and have generally defended it as clearly within the tradition of cartoon violence that has never been understood as advocating for real violence. They point to the extremely broad, unrealistic quality of the visual gag. Homer's hands around Bart's neck, Bart's eyes bugging out, the whole thing playing in a few seconds with no lasting physical harm, as evidence that no reasonable viewer could interpret it as instructional. Critics respond that the cumulative effect of seeing a father strangle his son repeatedly over the course of years, even in a clearly comedic context, is not neutral, and that children who watch the show are absorbing some version of that image as a representation of what fathers do to sons who misbehave. This debate has not resulted in any formal changes to the show's content. Homer continues to occasionally strangle Bart, though the gag appears less frequently in more recent seasons, whether as a deliberate response to the criticism or simply because the show's comedic vocabulary has expanded in other directions. It remains a point of genuine disagreement between the show's defenders and its critics, and it is unlikely to be resolved definitively in either direction. The show's relationship with gun violence is another area where the gap between comedic intent and real-world resonance has been a source of sustained controversy. The show depicts a world in which guns are readily available, casually mishandled, and frequently part of comedic situations. Springfield has a gun shop that Homer has visited for various comedic purposes. Various characters own and use guns in ways that treat firearms as both everyday objects and sources of humor. The specific intersection of this casual gun culture with the show's comedic frame has been criticized by gun control advocates who argue that normalizing the presence of guns in comedic contexts contributes to broader cultural comfort with gun ownership in general. The show's counter-argument has generally been that its portrayal of gun culture is consistently satirical rather than celebratory, that when Homer buys a gun and then causes various comedic disasters with it, the joke is at the expense of gun culture and its risks rather than in celebration of those risks. This is probably true as a description of the show's intent, but the impact versus intent debate is one that the entertainment industry has been having for a very long time without reaching consensus. The legal battles over specific episode content are in many ways the most revealing of the show's conflicts with the real world, because they illustrate the degree to which the show's satire was sometimes taken as literal by people who had the power to make that interpretation consequential. Various companies and organizations depicted in the show in unflattering ways have threatened legal action, and some have followed through on those threats. The show has, in almost every case, been protected by the broad First Amendment protections that apply to parody and satire. But the process of being sued or threatened with being sued is itself expensive and disruptive, and the history of those threats has shaped certain editorial decisions about how far the show is willing to go in depicting real companies and real individuals. The Fox News situation is perhaps the most entertaining of the show's real-world legal entanglements, precisely because it involves a network that owns The Simpsons suing The Simpsons for how it depicted the network that owns The Simpsons. Fox News threatened legal action against The Simpsons after the show created a satirical crawl, the type of scrolling text at the bottom of news broadcasts that parodied Fox News' own crawl. The threat was never followed through, partly because Fox's own lawyers presumably recognized that allowing a subsidiary network to sue the parent company's most profitable entertainment product for satire of the subsidiary would be an extraordinary piece of self-destruction. But the threat was made, and it was real enough to be reported on, and it captured something genuinely absurd about the institutional relationships within the media conglomerate that houses both shows. The Simpsons has also been cited in legal proceedings as evidence in cases that have nothing to do with the show directly. Various criminal defense attorneys have used specific episodes as evidence of cultural knowledge that a defendant might have had access to. Courts have had to grapple with questions about whether knowledge of something depicted in a television episode constitutes genuine evidence in criminal or civil proceedings. The show's breadth and cultural penetration means that there are episodes touching on nearly every subject that might come up in legal contexts, and lawyers have not been shy about invoking them. The dark corners of the show's history are not its defining characteristic. The show is, at its core, genuinely funny and genuinely warm, and the darkness that exists in its history is a product of its cultural scale rather than its essential nature. But the dark corners are real, and they are part of the complete picture of what it means to have created something that has reached everywhere, touched everyone, and run for 36 years in a world that contains both comedy and genuine tragedy in roughly equal measure. Section 10. The Decline Wars, the longest-running argument in television history. There is no debate in the history of television that has been conducted for longer, by more people with more intensity, and with less prospect of resolution than the debate about when The Simpsons went bad. The debate has been ongoing for more than 20 years. It has generated thousands of articles, millions of online comments, multiple academic papers, documentary segments, and hours of podcast content. It has its own vocabulary. Zombie Simpsons is one common term for the show in its current form, used by people who believe the show's current incarnation bears only superficial resemblance to what the show was in its prime. The debate has genuine stakes for the people having it, because the show they are defending or attacking is not just a television program to them. It is something they grew up with, something that shaped their sense of humor, something that they regard as a formative experience. The consensus among devoted fans of the show's classic period, and the consensus is genuine and remarkably stable, is that the show's golden era ran roughly from season 2 or 3 through season 8 or 9. Within those seasons, and occasionally a bit beyond them, the show produced episodes that are widely regarded as among the greatest achievements in the history of American comedy. Episodes like Marge versus the Monorail, Homer's Enemy, Last Exit to Springfield, Cape Fear, Bart Sells His Soul, Lisa's Wedding, The Itchy and Scratchy and Poochie Show, You Only Move Twice, Homer at the Bat, The Front, A Streetcar Named Marge, Homer's Triple Bypass. The list goes on, and any list is inevitably incomplete because the show produced at such a consistently high level during this period that almost any episode pulled at random would be considered exceptional. The question of when the decline began has generated as much disagreement as any aspect of the debate. The most commonly cited turning point is the end of Season 8 or the beginning of Season 9, which corresponds roughly to the departure of Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein as showrunners, and the beginning of Mike Scully's tenure. This is also the period of the episode The Principal and the Pauper, which depicts the Skinner imposter storyline that we discussed in depth earlier. The episode that many fans cite as the specific moment the show lost its moral and narrative compass. But there are dissenters from this consensus. Some fans place the decline earlier, pointing to changes in tone and approach that they identify as beginning in Season 6 or 7. Others are more charitable, arguing that Season 10 contained excellent episodes and that the decline was gradual rather than sudden. A small but vocal minority argues that the show has continued to produce genuinely excellent work in recent seasons, and that the decline narrative is partly nostalgia distorting people's ability to assess the current show fairly. The nostalgia argument is genuinely interesting and probably partially correct. There is substantial evidence from memory research that people's recollections of cultural experiences they had during adolescence and young adulthood are enhanced by the emotional intensity of that period. That the things you watched when you were 14 feel more profound and funny and meaningful than the things you watch when you were 40. Not necessarily because they were better, but because the emotional context in which you experienced them was richer. The people who consider the classic Simpsons untouchably great are, largely, people who were young and impressionable when those episodes first aired. The people who watch the current show without the accumulated weight of that nostalgia might have a more accurate assessment of its quality relative to other television of the present moment. This is a real consideration. But it does not fully explain the decline debate, because the decline narrative is not simply about nostalgia. It is about specific, identifiable changes in how the show approaches storytelling, character consistency, comedy, and the relationship between emotional truth and satirical exaggeration. These changes are real and documentable, not merely a function of how audiences have aged. The most commonly cited specific changes are worth enumerating. The first is what fans often call the Flanderization problem. The term is itself derived from The Simpsons, from the character of Ned Flanders, and refers to the tendency of characters to have single personality traits amplified to the point where they lose all other dimensionality. Homer in the classic era was stupid and selfish and sometimes cruel, but he was also loving and occasionally capable of growth and possessed of a complicated inner life. In later seasons, Homer became stupid and selfish to a degree that eliminated the complexity. He was less a character than an engine for generating situations in which a very dumb person does terrible things. The same process happened to other characters. Ned Flanders went from being a genuinely complex figure whose religiosity was both his strength and his limitation to being primarily a delivery vehicle for religious jokes. Principal Skinner went from being a complicated figure defined by the gap between his aspirations and his actual life to being essentially a straight man in whatever situation the episode required. The characters lost the texture that had made them feel like real people in a satirical frame and became more purely functional. Comic types rather than comic individuals. The second major change was in the show's willingness to maintain internal consequences. In the classic era, significant events in characters' lives had some residual weight in subsequent episodes. Not always, not consistently. The show was always a comedy first and a naturalistic drama never, but enough that the world felt continuous and grounded. A character who had gone through something significant in one episode carried that with them into subsequent episodes in detectable ways. In later seasons, the reset button became much more aggressively employed. Events that should have lasting consequences evaporated between episodes as completely as if they had never occurred. The show began to feel less like a world and more like a stage set. The third change was in the treatment of celebrity cameos. In the classic era, celebrity appearances were usually integrated into the episode's story in ways that served the narrative. The celebrity was there because the story needed what the celebrity could provide, and their appearance felt organic. In later seasons, the cameos became increasingly disconnected from the stories they appeared in. Famous people showing up to play themselves in sequences that felt like they had been inserted because the cameo was available rather than because the story required it. The show began to feel in these moments like a variety show rather than a dramatic comedy. These are real changes, and they are not imaginary. But the debate around them has generated its own controversies, because some of the people making these arguments have made them in ways that are reductive or unfair, and some of the show's defenders have responded in kind, and the whole discussion has sometimes generated more heat than light. The internet has not been a positive force in this particular debate. The specific qualities that make online discourse what it is, the binary nature of upvotes and downvotes, the incentive towards strong declarative statements, the ease of mockery, the difficulty of nuance, have made the Simpsons decline debate simultaneously more visible and less intellectually interesting than it would have been if conducted in a different medium. The show's creators and current cast have engaged with the decline debate with varying degrees of grace over the years. Some have been defensive, dismissing the criticism as nostalgia or ingratitude. Some have been surprisingly candid, acknowledging that the show changed and that some of the changes were not improvements. The most honest responses have generally come from people who have the distance of having left the show, writers and producers who were part of the classic era, and who can speak about what made it special without needing to defend the current product. Al Jean, who has been the show's showrunner for more seasons than anyone else in its history, occupies an unusual position in this debate. He was part of the classic era. He and Mike Rice ran the show in its third and fourth seasons, which are two of the most beloved. He then returned as showrunner in season 13, and has remained in that position for over 2 decades. He is therefore simultaneously a custodian of the classic era's legacy and the person most directly responsible for the post-classic era's output. His responses to decline criticism have been consistent. He points to episodes he considers strong. He argues that the show continues to produce good work. He notes that the bar of comparison is extraordinarily high given the classic seasons. None of these responses are wrong exactly, but none of them quite address the substantive critique. The decline debate has also generated genuine academic interest, with scholars of television, comedy, and popular culture writing serious analyses of what changed in the show's approach to storytelling and humor, and why. These analyses have been more nuanced than the fan debates, partly because academic discourse creates different incentives than internet discourse, and they have produced some genuinely interesting accounts of the structural and institutional reasons for the changes. The turnover in the writing staff, the changing economics of television production, the effects of the show's own success on what it could and could not do. The most honest version of the decline narrative is probably something like this. The show changed significantly around seasons 8 through 10, and the changes were the result of multiple factors including writer turnover, changing institutional pressures, the difficulty of maintaining a creative standard that had been set impossibly high, and the natural entropy of any creative enterprise that continues long past the point where its original creative energy has fully dissipated. The show did not become bad. It became different, and the difference felt like a betrayal to people who had loved what it was. The current show is a skilled, competent, occasionally excellent television comedy. It is not the show that produced Homer at the Bat and Last Exit to Springfield. Both of these things are true simultaneously, and the failure to hold both of them at once is what makes the decline debate so perpetually unresolvable. Section 11. The movie controversies. Years of broken promises and behind-the-scenes chaos. The Simpsons movie, which was released in the summer of 2007, earned over $500 million at the global box office, was received warmly by critics, and was watched with enormous enthusiasm by fans of the show worldwide. It is, in most respects, a genuine success story, a beloved television property making a successful transition to the big screen after years of speculation about whether such a transition was possible or advisable. But the story of how the film got made, the obstacles it overcame, the creative decisions it wrestled with, and the behind-the-scenes conflicts that shaped it is considerably more interesting than the straightforward success narrative suggests. The Simpsons movie is a film that almost did not happen several times, that was made under conditions of extreme creative pressure and institutional uncertainty, and that generated controversies at every stage of its development that have largely been overshadowed by the film's eventual commercial success. The first question that shaped the movie's development was whether a Simpsons movie should be made at all. This was a serious question that the show's creative team debated genuinely and at length, because the nature of what The Simpsons was on television created real problems for a theatrical feature that had to justify its existence on a 90-minute canvas. The show had spent nearly 2 decades telling stories in 22-minute units. Those stories were self-contained, efficient, and relied on a rhythm that was specific to the show's television format. Expanding to 90 minutes meant either telling a bigger story than the show usually told, telling 3 television episodes worth of story connected by some connective tissue, or fundamentally rethinking what a Simpsons story could be when given the space of a full movie. The development process stretched over years, much longer than the original estimates, and much more difficult than anyone involved had anticipated. Various scripts were developed and set aside. Various story approaches were explored and abandoned. The challenge was not just creative, it was structural. The show's writers needed to find a premise that justified the theatrical experience, that was different enough from a television episode to make a film ticket worthwhile, but that remained true to what The Simpsons was and did not make promises about lasting change, that a television show that would continue after the film's release could not keep. The promise of lasting change is one of the movie's central challenges, and it is one that the film navigates with mixed success. A theatrical film suggests stakes that a television episode does not. The audience expects that what happens in a movie matters in ways that what happens in an episode may not, that the characters might genuinely change, that the world might be genuinely different by the credits. But a Simpsons theatrical film, by definition, cannot deliver that, because the show continues after the film, and the show requires that the characters be who they are and the world be what it is. The movie is therefore in the difficult position of generating a sense of real stakes while knowing that it cannot follow through on those stakes in any permanent way. The creative decisions around which story to tell generated significant internal debate. Multiple competing pitches were developed. Different writers championed different approaches. The film that was eventually produced, in which Homer's reckless disposal of a silo of pig waste causes Springfield to be sealed under a glass dome by the EPA, requiring the family to escape and Homer to redeem himself, was one of several stories that could have been made, and the choice between them was not easy or obvious. The animation of the film was its own separate controversy. The decision to use traditional hand-drawn animation, enhanced by digital techniques, placed The Simpsons movie at odds with the direction of American theatrical animation in 2007, which had moved decisively toward computer-generated imagery. Every major animated theatrical release of the period was either fully CGI or used techniques that heavily incorporated digital tools. The Simpsons movie's choice to maintain something closer to the show's traditional look was deliberate and defensible. The show's visual vocabulary is specific to its hand-drawn aesthetic, and converting it to CGI would have fundamentally altered what it looked like in ways that might have alienated the audience. But it meant the film looked different from everything else in theaters that summer, in ways that were immediately apparent. The film's marketing was another source of internal tension. The question of how much to reveal in trailers and promotional materials generated genuine disagreements between the creative team and the studio's marketing department. The story's central premise, the dome, is revealed relatively early in the film, and there was debate about whether this should be kept secret or used as a selling point. There was also the question of whether any guest appearances should be announced in advance, and how much of the film's most spectacular moments could be shown without undermining the theatrical experience. The moment that generated the most fan discussion before the film's release was the decision to make Bart's skateboarding sequence, in which he skateboards naked through Springfield, the centerpiece of early promotional materials. The sequence was funny and genuinely unexpected, and using it as the trailer's marquee moment was a defensible choice from a marketing perspective. But it also shaped early expectations for the film in ways that were not entirely accurate. The sequence implies a tone of broad physical comedy that the film deploys selectively rather than consistently. The critical reception of the film, while generally positive, generated its own controversies among longtime fans of the show. Some critics and fans felt the film was essentially a very good Simpsons episode that had been stretched to feature length rather than a genuinely cinematic experience. Others felt it was exactly what a Simpsons movie should be and celebrated it accordingly. The question of whether the film justified the 18 years of fan anticipation that had preceded it. The Simpsons movie had been rumored and hoped for since at least the early 1990s, was one that different people answered very differently depending on what they had been hoping for. The financial success of the film immediately generated discussion about a sequel, and here is where the second major controversy around the Simpsons movie begins, because as of this writing, nearly 2 decades after the original film's release, there has been no sequel. This is remarkable given the commercial success of the original. A film that earns $500 million globally on a budget that was significant, but not extraordinary by theatrical animation standards, from a franchise with the cultural penetration of The Simpsons, would typically generate a sequel within a few years. The reasons for the sequel's non-appearance have been discussed at various times by the show's producers, and the explanations have been consistent. Making the original film was much harder than anyone anticipated, and the prospect of going through that process again has not been appealing enough to the creative team to generate the necessary commitment. James L. Brooks has made statements to this effect on multiple occasions, indicating that the difficulty of finding a story that genuinely justified a second film, combined with the remembered difficulty of the first film's production, has kept the sequel from advancing past the discussion stage. This explanation has not satisfied fans who believe the more honest answer is that the creative team simply cannot find a story idea strong enough to warrant the effort. The show has, since 2007, produced several seasons' worth of material, and the suggestion that no story in that material has been strong enough to anchor a sequel film is taken by some fans as evidence of the creative decline they have been documenting for years. If the show were still operating at the level it was in its classic era, the argument goes, finding a sequel story would be a matter of weeks rather than decades. The sequel's absence has generated its own ongoing controversy in the fan community. A controversy about a thing that does not exist, which is itself a remarkable testimony to the hold the franchise has on people's imaginations. The question of when, if ever, The Simpsons Movie 2 will be made is one that resurfaces regularly in entertainment coverage, and the answer is always the same. Not yet. Maybe eventually. The creative team has not found the right story. The production challenges are significant. The world will know when there is something concrete to report. The film's legacy is genuinely complicated. It demonstrated that The Simpsons could make the transition to the theatrical format and attract a mass audience that included people who were not regular viewers of the show. It generated enormous revenue. It was, by most measures, a genuine achievement, but it also raised expectations for what a theatrical Simpsons experience could be that the show's television continuation has struggled to maintain. And the sequel's absence is, with each passing year, a more conspicuous absence. A gap in the franchise's history that grows more significant the longer it remains unfilled. Section 12. The Final Scandal. What the show's future means and why it still matters. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have moved through 36 years of history, through the controversies and the scandals and the creative triumphs and the institutional failures and the cultural moments that no one anticipated, and that changed things in ways that are still being felt. We have followed the show from its origins in a waiting room sketch to its position as the longest-running scripted primetime show in the history of American television. We have watched it argue with presidents and generate moral panics and pull episodes and fight with its own cast and reckon with its own history and continue, stubbornly, episode after episode after episode. And we arrive at the final and perhaps most significant controversy of all, which is the controversy of the show's continued existence. This is not a small thing. The question of whether The Simpsons should still be on television is one that has been asked with increasing frequency and increasing intensity as the show has moved through its 20s and into its mid-30s in terms of seasons. And it is a question that touches something genuinely important about what television is for and what we owe to the things we love. The show is, as of this writing, confirmed to continue through at least its 37th and 38th seasons. It has shown no signs of being canceled. The ratings, while much lower than they were in the show's peak years, remain competitive for an animated series on broadcast television, in an era when broadcast television is losing viewers to streaming services across the board. Fox has shown consistent willingness to renew, and the show has shown consistent willingness to continue, and the result is a production that has been running for so long that it has essentially become its own institution. The argument for the show's continued existence is straightforward. Television shows that are not causing harm and are still generating revenue for their network have the right to continue existing. Many people still watch The Simpsons. Many of them enjoy it. The show is not forcing anyone to watch it. The people who make it are skilled professionals who take their work seriously. There is no principled reason why a show that remains commercially viable should be canceled, simply because some people think it should have ended years ago. The argument against is more complicated and more interesting. The argument is not primarily that the current show is bad. It is not. The argument is that the continued existence of the show in its current form creates specific problems that would not exist if the show had ended in a way that honored its legacy. One problem is that the show's continued existence makes it structurally impossible to assess its legacy with any clarity. When a show ends, it becomes a completed object, something that can be seen whole, evaluated, written about, remembered with specificity. When a show continues indefinitely, it cannot be seen whole because it is not whole. The question, what is The Simpsons, becomes difficult to answer when the answer keeps changing. Another problem is that the continued production of new episodes creates a complicated relationship with the classic episodes in syndication and streaming. Every new episode that exists dilutes, in some small way, the proportion of the show's catalog that consists of the classic era. Every new character introduced, every new relationship established, every new continuity point created, makes the classic era feel more like a distant past and less like the defining version of the show. There is also the question of what the show's continued existence means for the people who made the classic era and who have moved on. For writers who spent formative years in The Simpsons writers' room in the early 1990s, the show's continued existence is a complicated thing. They are proud of what they built. They are connected to it financially through residuals and other agreements. And they may find it strange to watch a show with the same name and the same characters continue to exist in a form that does not reflect their creative contribution. The most significant final controversy is the one that surrounds the question of how the show will end, whenever that happens. There has been extensive public discussion about what the final episode of The Simpsons should look like, and the creative team has been asked about this many times. The answers have been careful and somewhat evasive. The show does not want to commit to an ending it cannot guarantee will be the actual ending, since network cancellation or any number of other circumstances could intervene and make whatever had been planned moot. But fans have strong opinions about this. Many people who grew up watching the show in its classic era have a very clear sense of what they want the ending to look like, and it is not primarily about what plot events should occur. What people want from the ending is something more emotional, some acknowledgement of what the show meant, some final statement about why it mattered, some moment of genuine culmination after 36 years of episodes that mostly ended with a reset. The coma theory, the radiation theory, the various interpretive frameworks that fans have developed to make sense of Springfield's impossible permanence. All of them are, in some sense, attempts to write the ending that the show has not yet written. They are acts of creative completion, attempts to bring closure to something that resists closure by its very nature. A show that operates on a floating timeline in which nobody ages and everything resets is structurally resistant to ending. There is no natural stopping point. There is no moment that the narrative logic demands a conclusion. The show can continue because the premise does not point toward any particular resolution. It always has been a story that keeps going, and keeping going is what it does. What the show has proven beyond any reasonable doubt over 36 years and 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes is that it is possible to create a piece of television that is genuinely significant. Not just popular, though it has been enormously popular. Not just profitable, though it has generated extraordinary amounts of money. Significant in the sense that it has shaped how people see the world, has given them language and metaphor and character, has accompanied them through the most important years of their lives, and remained a consistent presence in a culture that is constantly changing everything else. The scandals are real. The controversies are real. The creative decline, the representational failures, the institutional conflicts, the celebrity feuds, the pulled episodes, the legally disputed predictions, the debates that have no resolution, all of it is real, and none of it is the whole story. The whole story is the show itself, in its vastness and its consistency and its imperfection, and its genuine moments of extraordinary beauty. The Simpsons generated controversy from the beginning because it was honest, and honest things make people uncomfortable. It generated controversy in the middle because it became an institution large enough that everything it did or did not do was consequential. It will generate controversy until the end, whenever the end comes, because a show that has been watched by 1 billion people across its lifetime cannot avoid meaning more than one thing to more than one group of people simultaneously. The final scandal of The Simpsons is that there is no final scandal. There is no single moment that defines it, no single controversy that captures everything it was and is and will be. It is too large for that, too varied, too contradictory, too alive in the specific way that things which have been genuinely loved by an enormous number of people tend to remain alive even after every reasonable argument for their continued existence has been exhausted. Springfield is still there. The plant is still leaking. The sky is still yellow. Homer is still in the car. And whatever happens next, whatever the next controversy is, whatever the next episode reveals or conceals, whatever the next season decides the show is going to be about this time, there will be people watching. Some of them will be watching because they love what the show still is. Some will be watching because they miss what the show was. Some will be watching because they want to see if this is finally the episode where something changes, where the timeline stops floating, where Bart turns 11. None of them will turn it off. That is the oldest and most enduring scandal in the history of Springfield. We cannot stop watching a show we have been watching for 36 years. We are, in the end, as trapped in the loop as Homer himself. And maybe that's all right. Maybe the loop is the point. Maybe a family that stays together on a couch every Sunday night, yellow and ageless and slightly broken and completely recognizable, is exactly the kind of thing that a world full of change and uncertainty and loss needs to have running in the background. Not because it is perfect, not because it does not have problems, but because it is there, and it is familiar, and it knows your name. And when the credits roll, it will be back next week. Same time, same channel, same family, in the same impossible town that does not appear on any map. That is what The Simpsons is. That is what it has always been. And after everything, after all the controversies and the scandals and the feuds and the failures and the reckoning and the nostalgia and the decline debates and the legal battles and the celebrity wars and the pulled episodes and the predictions and the comas and the radiation and the three-eyed fish, that is still, after everything, enough. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you made it this far, you have more patience than Marge and more commitment than Homer, which is genuinely impressive. Drop a comment when you wake up. Let us know what you dreamed about. Hopefully something more relaxing than the Springfield nuclear power plant. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words. The merchandise economy that built up around Bart in 1990 and 1991 is worth examining in detail because it represents something genuinely new in American commercial culture. Television characters had been licensed before, obviously, but the speed and scale of the Bart Simpson licensing phenomenon was unprecedented for a show in its first season. Before the first season had even concluded, Bart's face was on t-shirts, caps, hats, backpacks, lunchboxes, mugs, bumper stickers, keychains, skateboards, posters, notebooks, and approximately several hundred other products that factories were producing around the clock to meet demand that kept exceeding projections. The licensing revenue for the show's first 18 months has been estimated at over $1 billion. $1 billion in licensed merchandise for a show that was less than 2 years old, based on a character whose creator had sketched him out in a waiting room in about 15 minutes. The number is almost comically large, but it was real, and it had consequences that the show's creators were not entirely happy about. The problem with licensing at that scale and speed is quality control, or the lack of it. The official licensed merchandise was fine. It was what it was. Mass-produced goods bearing a character's likeness for commercial sale. But the scale of demand also attracted bootleggers in enormous numbers, and the bootleg Bart Simpson merchandise was a phenomenon of its own that caused real problems. Unlicensed Bart Simpson merchandise appeared everywhere, manufactured by anyone with a screen printing press and an eye for what was selling. Much of it was relatively harmless, slightly worse quality, same basic images, same catchphrases. But some of it was genuinely offensive. Bart was placed in sexual contexts. Bart was placed in racially offensive contexts. Bart appeared on merchandise that used the character's image to communicate messages that had nothing to do with the show and that the show's creators found deeply disturbing. Groening has spoken about this in several interviews over the years. He described driving through Los Angeles and seeing his character on unlicensed merchandise that horrified him. Merchandise that seemed designed specifically to be as offensive as possible under cover of the character's established identity. The show was about a family, about warmth underneath the chaos, about genuine love expressed through imperfect people. And here was this character being used to sell things that had nothing to do with any of that. Fox's legal team pursued bootleggers aggressively. Cease and desist letters went out in large numbers. Lawsuits were filed in multiple jurisdictions. The legal effort was partly about revenue. Every bootleg sale was a sale that a licensed manufacturer was not making, and the licensing revenue was enormous. But it was also about something that mattered more to Groening personally, which was protecting the meaning of what he had created. The bootleg problem eventually moderated as the initial mania cooled, but it never disappeared entirely. The Simpsons as a franchise has been dealing with unauthorized use of its characters for 3.5 decades, and the challenge has evolved as the channels through which these things spread have evolved. What was once a problem of physical merchandise in street markets has become a problem of digital reproduction, unauthorized clips, derivative content, and the essentially uncontrollable spread of images across the internet. The school band phenomenon was, in retrospect, a preview of the dynamic that would define the show's relationship with authority for the next 3 decades. Institutions would react to the show with concern. The concern would generate coverage. The coverage would amplify the show's profile. The amplification would generate viewers. The viewers would generate ratings. The ratings would give the show the security to keep doing exactly what it was doing. Moral panic, in other words, was one of the show's most reliable marketing mechanisms, even though nobody involved with making it would have described it that way. Section 3. The Celebrity War. Every famous person who fought back against Springfield. The Simpsons has always treated celebrity differently from most television. Where other shows treat famous people as elevated beings, as attractions to be presented and celebrated, The Simpsons has generally treated them as raw material, as the human beings they actually are, stripped of their mystique, placed in situations designed to reveal the person behind the performance. This is, in many ways, an act of genuine democratic leveling. The show insists that fame does not make you fundamentally different from anyone else, and that the attributes that made you famous are worth examining with the same skeptical honesty the show applies to everything else. Most celebrities who have appeared on the show have found this a surprisingly enjoyable experience. Being humanized by The Simpsons, even when the humanization involves gentle mockery, tends to make famous people more likable rather than less. The joke at a celebrity's expense on this show usually lands as warmth rather than cruelty, because it is built on the premise that being fallible and weird and uncertain is something worth celebrating. But not everyone agreed with this approach, and the stories of the celebrities who fought back against the show, or who came to complicated terms with what it had done with their images, constitute one of the most fascinating threads in the show's long history. Michael Jackson was, in September 1991, the most famous human being on Earth. He had just released Dangerous, his 6th studio album, He was in the middle of a commercial and cultural dominance that had no real parallel in American entertainment history. He called the show's producers and asked to appear. He did not want to appear as himself. He had concerns about public perception of a personal appearance in a cartoon. But he wanted to do the voice of a character. The character was Leon Kompowski, a very large, sweet-natured white man who believed with complete sincerity that he was Michael Jackson. The joke was obvious. Michael Jackson voicing a man who claims to be Michael Jackson. The execution was something more. The episode that resulted, Stark Raving Dad, is by most measures one of the greatest in the show's entire archive. Homer is committed to a psychiatric institution after wearing a pink shirt to work. His boss, Mr. Burns, takes the pink shirt as a sign of deviant counterculture leanings and has him committed. His roommate in the facility is Leon, a gentle giant who speaks in Michael Jackson's unmistakable voice and who forms an immediate, genuine friendship with Bart. The episode's emotional core is the relationship between Leon and Bart, and specifically the song that Leon helps Bart compose as a birthday present for Lisa, a heartfelt, slightly awkward piece of genuine brotherly affection that remains one of the most emotionally direct moments the show ever produced. Michael Jackson provided the speaking voice. A contractual restriction meant that someone else had to do the singing. He went uncredited in the original broadcast. More than 30 million people watched the episode. It was received as a triumph, both for the guest performance and for the episode itself. For 27 years, it remained a beloved part of the archive, regularly cited in discussions of the show's best work. Then, in 2019, a documentary called Leaving Neverland presented detailed testimony from two men who said that Jackson had sexually abused them as children. The documentary was long, carefully structured, and deeply disturbing. The response in the culture was significant. Radio stations reconsidered his music, streaming services made adjustments, and institutions that had Jackson's name on them began the complicated process of deciding what his legacy meant now. For The Simpsons, the question arrived quickly. What do you do with Stark Raving Dad? The episode contains nothing inappropriate. It depicts a man who is kind to children in the most ordinary and benign sense of that phrase. But the man's voice is in the episode, the real man, and the real man had been accused of terrible things. The show's creators, Matt Groening, Al Jean, and James L. Brooks, made the decision to pull the episode from circulation. It was removed from streaming services. It was dropped from syndication rotation. It still exists in the archive, but is effectively not available for ordinary viewers to encounter. The decision generated its own debate. Some people argued that it was the right call, that regardless of the episode's content, keeping it easily available felt wrong given what the documentary had alleged, and that the creators of the show had both the right and perhaps the responsibility to make this choice about their own work. Others argued that the removal was an overreaction, that the episode's content was entirely separate from Jackson's real-world conduct, that removing it from circulation accomplished nothing concrete while establishing a troubling precedent for how cultural works get handled after their participants are revealed to have done terrible things. Neither argument is entirely wrong. The episode was made in good faith by people who had no reason to suspect anything. The episode contains nothing that, evaluated on its own terms, could be called harmful, but it contains the voice of a person who has been credibly accused of harming children, and that association has made its creators permanently uncomfortable. They removed it because they wanted to remove it, and it is their work, and that seems like a sufficient reason, even if you disagree with the decision. Paul McCartney's appearance is a different kind of story, one that generated less controversy and more of what you might call principled negotiation. McCartney agreed to appear in an episode in 1995 under a condition that the show's writers found both charming and genuinely challenging. As a lifelong vegetarian, McCartney insisted that his appearance come with a narrative commitment. Lisa Simpson, who would have a storyline alongside him in the episode, would remain a vegetarian in all future episodes. Not for the duration of that one episode. Permanently as an ongoing character, attribute that the show would maintain in perpetuity. The show agreed. The episode Lisa the Vegetarian follows Lisa's moral awakening about eating meat, tracks the social consequences of her decision, the family's discomfort, her isolation from friends, the general cultural hostility that vegetarianism encountered in mid-1990s suburban America, and ends with a version of the conclusion that the show tended to produce when it handled Lisa's ethical commitments with real care. Lisa is right about the things she believes in, and the world around her is not going to change easily, and she is going to have to figure out how to be herself inside a world that does not make that easy. McCartney's cameo at the end is brief and warm, and he acquits himself well in the show's world. The condition he attached to his appearance has held. Lisa has been a vegetarian in every subsequent episode, which is a remarkable piece of continuity for a show that otherwise resets most character developments between episodes. It is one of the few places where a celebrity guest appearance left a permanent mark on the show's actual internal logic. The Fox News lawsuit attempt deserves careful attention because it illustrates something important about the institutional forces the show was navigating. In 2003, the show aired an episode called Mr. Spritz Goes to Washington, in which the family's friend Krusty the Clown runs for Congress as a Republican. The episode featured a satirical Fox News ticker scrolling across the bottom of the screen during a news broadcast, with fake headlines clearly designed to mock the network's editorial approach. Among the fake headlines, pointless news crawls up 37%, and the suggestion that viewers could find out whether Democrats cause cancer at the network's website. Fox News threatened to sue, not Fox, the network that aired The Simpsons. Fox News, the separate news division. The threat was for trademark infringement and potentially defamation. The situation was immediately noted by everyone involved as being almost perfectly absurd. One division of Rupert Murdoch's media company threatening legal action against another division of Rupert Murdoch's media company over a joke the second division had made about the first division. Al Jean, who was the show's showrunner at the time, addressed the lawsuit threat in a press statement that was measured in tone, but unmistakably amused in spirit. He noted that the show had a long history of satirizing public figures and institutions, that satire was protected speech, that he was not particularly worried about the legal claim. He also observed, with what one imagines was a very specific kind of pleasure, that it would be a strange thing for Fox to sue itself. The lawsuit threat was quietly dropped, but the episode, and the exchange around it, became part of the show's mythology, one of the cleaner examples of the show's habit of biting the hand that fed it, and the hand deciding that while this was uncomfortable, the alternative was worse. The Aerosmith appearance in the early 1990s was an early example of what would become a regular template, a band at the peak of their commercial power appearing in the show in a way that simultaneously celebrated and gently punctured their mystique. The band played themselves as the background musicians at a bar in Springfield, reduced from their status as one of the biggest rock acts in the world to gigging for tips in a dive bar. They committed to the joke completely, which is what made it work. The best celebrity appearances on The Simpsons have always come from people willing to be the butt of the joke. People who understood that the show's affection for you was more durable and more valuable than any number of straight-faced tributes. The Tony Hawk appearance confusion is a small but telling story. Hawk appeared on the show, voiced himself, and the episode included jokes about skateboarding culture. What happened in the aftermath was that clips from the episode began circulating online with captions suggesting that Hawk had objected to his portrayal, which he had not. The clips were from a different episode entirely, or misrepresented the episode's content, and Hawk had to address the confusion publicly. It is a minor incident, but an illustrative one. The show's archive is so large and its reputation for celebrity conflict is so established that any clip from any episode can be decontextualized and presented as evidence of a feud that never occurred. The show's relationship with the musicians who appeared on it was generally warm, precisely because music is one of the things the show has always taken seriously. The writers, many of whom are deeply knowledgeable about music, wrote musical guest appearances that gave musicians something actually interesting to do. The episode that brought Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra together, a throwaway gag from 1996 in which the band accidentally books the LSO for their concert due to a paperwork mix-up, became one of the show's genuine prediction moments when Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in 2024, 28 years after the episode aired. The musicians involved were fully aware of the Simpsons connection and found it delightful. That is, in some ways, the ideal celebrity relationship with the show. The joke comes true and everyone is in on it, and nobody is upset. Section 4. The episodes that got pulled. Banned, buried, and burned. Every long-running television show accumulates a small category of episodes that have been removed from regular circulation for one reason or another. Sometimes the removal is formal and documented. Sometimes it is informal and partial, with episodes simply appearing less frequently in syndication without any official explanation. The Simpsons, with its archive spanning more than 3 decades and touching on almost every significant cultural event of that period, has more of these complicated episodes than most shows. The most sympathetic case is The City of New York versus Homer Simpson, which aired in September 1997 and was immediately beloved. It is a confident, funny episode about Homer's complicated relationship with Manhattan. A relationship complicated primarily by the fact that his car has been impounded near the World Trade Center, and the only way to retrieve it involves a day-long ordeal in a city Homer finds overwhelming. The Twin Towers appear in the episode as casual background elements. Characters pass between them, reference them, look up at them. They are simply part of the landscape of New York, which is what they were in 1997. On September 12, 2001, the episode disappeared from syndication schedules. It was not a formal ban. Nobody issued a legal decree or a public statement. It simply was not aired. The networks and the syndicators made the same judgment independently and collectively, that showing those towers in a comedy context, even a comedy context with nothing offensive about it, was more than viewers should be asked to handle in the immediate aftermath of their destruction. The episode eventually returned to circulation, though its availability has varied over time and across platforms. The wound, as it changed from acute to chronic, changed the experience of encountering those casual shots of the towers. They became something different than they were when the episode aired. Not a comedy backdrop anymore, but a ghost. An image of something that had existed and been destroyed, and that nobody who was alive in 2001 could see without feeling something complicated. This is one of the few cases where the removal of an episode from circulation seems clearly right, in the sense that the people who made it and the people who distribute it have concluded that there are good reasons to be thoughtful about when and how it appears. The episode itself is blameless. The situation is simply one of those cases where external events change the meaning of a piece of art in ways that cannot be anticipated. The Brazil episode is more complicated because it involved an actual political response. Blame It on Lisa, which aired in 2002, sent the Simpson family to Rio de Janeiro in search of Lisa's missing pen pal. The episode depicted Rio as a city full of rats, monkeys that would attack tourists, and a thriving kidnapping industry that operated as casually as a taxi service. There were favelas rendered with the show's characteristic cartoonish exaggeration, which in the context of a real city with real residents who might watch this episode meant something different than it would in a purely fictional setting. The Brazilian government's tourism ministry issued a formal protest. The Minister of Tourism gave interviews expressing offense. There was significant coverage in the Brazilian press, and some of the coverage was genuinely hurt rather than merely politically offended. People who loved their country were watching it be reduced to a set of negative stereotypes in a show watched around the world. The show's producers issued a statement that acknowledged the protest without quite constituting an apology. They noted that The Simpsons applied equal opportunity satirical exaggeration to every setting it depicted, including Springfield itself. They pointed out that the show's vision of New York, Los Angeles, and virtually every other city it had visited over the years was equally cartoonish. They were not wrong about this. But the equal opportunity argument has limits. When the cartoonish exaggeration reinforces stereotypes that have been used to diminish and harm real people, the fact that you apply the same exaggeration to other groups does not entirely neutralize the harm. The episode was not pulled. It remained in the archive, but it stands as an example of the show occasionally failing to think carefully enough about the difference between satirizing an institution and caricaturing a people, a distinction that matters more in some contexts than others. Homer's Phobia, which aired in 1997, occupies a complicated place in this discussion. At the time of its broadcast, it was considered a groundbreaking piece of television. An episode that addressed homosexuality in prime time in a way that was more honest and humane than most shows were willing to attempt. It won a GLAAD Media Award. Critics praised it. It was cited as evidence that animated shows could handle social issues with more sophistication than live-action primetime comedy. The episode follows Homer's reaction to discovering that a family friend named John, played by John Waters with his characteristic dry wit, is gay. Homer's reaction is panic. He becomes convinced that John's proximity to Bart will turn Bart gay, and he takes a series of increasingly extreme measures to ensure that Bart is exposed to conventional masculine role models. The episode's resolution comes when John helps Homer and Bart escape an attack by a herd of elk, and Homer grudgingly acknowledges that John is okay. He does not have a conversion experience. He does not become a champion of gay rights. He simply decides that this particular gay man is acceptable. Watching the episode now, more than 25 years after it aired, the experience is genuinely complicated. Homer's homophobia, which the episode treats as comic material to be gradually defused, is more uncomfortable to sit with than it was in 1997. The episode's resolution, Homer's conditional, transactional acceptance of John because John was useful to him in a specific moment, reads as thin in a way that seemed sufficient at the time but does not hold up as well now. The show was ahead of its moment in many ways, and not quite as far ahead as it believed in others. The episode has not been formally pulled. It remains in the archive and in syndication. But it is one of those episodes that has aged in complicated ways, one that serves as a record of where the culture was in 1997 rather than where it is now, and that requires some context for viewers encountering it for the first time. The Michael Jackson episode has been discussed at length already, but it belongs in this section too, because it represents something specific and unusual. A case of the show's own creators deciding to suppress their own work out of ethical discomfort with a situation they could not have anticipated. No external authority required this decision. No network note demanded it. The producers of the show concluded, after the Leaving Neverland documentary, that they did not want this episode to be easily available. They acted on that conclusion. The episode remains one of the show's most celebrated from a creative standpoint, and it remains effectively inaccessible through normal channels. This raises questions that the entertainment industry is still working through. When creators decide after the fact that a piece of their own work should not be widely available, what rights do audiences have? Is there a meaningful difference between creators suppressing their own work and authorities suppressing someone else's? What obligations, if any, do platforms and distributors have to override creators' wishes in order to preserve a cultural record? These questions do not have clean answers. The Simpsons case is one of the more vivid illustrations of why they are hard. Section 5. The Writer's Room at War. Feuds, Firings, and the Chaos Behind the Curtain. The writer's room of The Simpsons during its first decade was one of the most creatively productive environments in television history. It was also, by many accounts, one of the most personally difficult places to work. These two things are not unrelated. The conditions that produce great comedy, high pressure, competing visions, the constant friction of strong opinions in a confined space, are also the conditions that produce exhaustion, grievance, and the particular kind of burnout that comes from doing something you love under conditions that eventually make loving it harder. Understanding the show requires understanding the people who made it and the tensions that surrounded that making. The official history of The Simpsons tends to be a story of creative triumph, which it genuinely is, but the fuller story includes the human costs of sustaining that triumph over many years and many people. Matt Groening is the show's creator and its most recognizable public face. He appears at conventions. He gives interviews. His name is in the opening credits of every single episode of a show that has been running for more than 3 decades. He is The Simpsons in terms of public identity. But the show that audiences fell in love with was never solely his work. It was the product of a collaborative process involving dozens of writers, several showrunners, and creative arguments that sometimes lasted days and occasionally lasted years. Sam Simon was one of the show's 3 original credited creators, alongside Groening and James L. Brooks, and his contribution to the show's early development was considerable. Simon helped establish the show's visual language, its approach to character, its production structure. He played a central role in assembling the original writing staff, bringing in people who would go on to become among the most celebrated comedy writers in television. He was, by virtually all accounts of the people who were there, essential to what the show became in its first 3 seasons. He left after season 3. The departure was not amicable, and the specific reasons for the split have never been fully aired in public, in part because legal agreements have constrained what can be said. What is known is that Simon and Groening had a difficult working relationship, that there were creative disagreements and personal tensions that had been building for years, and that when the break came, it came with genuine bitterness on at least one side. Simon received a significant financial settlement. His deal entitled him to a share of the show's profits for as long as it ran, which over the following decades added up to an enormous sum. But money was not what he cared about most. In the years before his death in 2015, Simon spoke with increasing openness about his experience on the show and his complicated feelings about his legacy in relation to it. He believed his contribution had been inadequately acknowledged in the official history that the show had developed around itself. He was proud of what he had helped build. He was also hurt by what he experienced as the erasure of his specific role in building it. Whether Simon's account is accurate in its particulars or how much of his grievance was justified versus colored by the bitterness of a difficult departure is not something that can be assessed from the outside with any confidence. What is clear is that he carried the experience with him, that it cost him something that money could not recover, and that the show's official narrative of its own origins has never quite found a way to honor his contribution in a way he found satisfying. He gave his money to animal welfare organizations. He lived generously and publicly in the years after his diagnosis. He died as someone who had made something important and never entirely made peace with the way his role in making it had been understood. Conan O'Brien's time on the show is, by contrast, one of the more joyful stories in its creative history. O'Brien joined the writing staff in 1991, years before his own television career had properly launched. He was young and absurdly talented, bringing a particular quality of verbal dexterity to the room that the other writers noticed immediately. He wrote or co-wrote some of the show's most beloved early episodes, including Marge versus the Monorail, which is still regularly cited as among the best episodes in the archive. An episode about a con man selling a catastrophically under-engineered monorail to a credulous town, an episode that works as satire of civic boosterism, and also as pure comedy, and also somehow as a genuinely moving examination of community hope and disappointment. When NBC approached O'Brien about taking over late night from David Letterman, who was departing for CBS, the opportunity was immediate and enormous and clearly not something he could pass up. He left The Simpsons to become a late-night host, which was the right decision professionally, and the show lost one of its strongest voices mid-season, which was a practical difficulty for the writers' room. O'Brien has spoken warmly about his time on the staff in many interviews over the years. The memory of it seems genuinely pleasant for him. The particular pleasure of having done something important before, the world knew you were going to be important. John Swartzwelder is the most mythologized writer in the show's history, and the mythologization is thoroughly earned. He wrote 59 episodes, more than any other writer, and his episodes include some of the most celebrated in the archive. Homer versus The 18th Amendment, The Springfield Files, Bart Gets Famous, Homer at the Bat, El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer. These are not merely popular episodes, they are touchstones, the episodes that serious fans of the show return to repeatedly and find new things in each time. Swartzwelder was known for a particular quality of comedy that resists easy description but is immediately recognizable when you encounter it. The comedy of a man who is watching something absurd happen and is recording his observations in the flattest possible tone, as if the absurdity were simply the natural state of things and the only honest response were dry documentation. He wrote Springfield's institutions as being both completely recognizable as American institutions and completely insane, and the gap between those two qualities, the recognition and the insanity, was where his comedy lived. He was also legendarily reclusive. He eventually wrote his episodes from a diner booth, working on his own schedule, submitting scripts by mail, participating in the rewriting process through notes rather than in-person sessions. This was an unusual arrangement for a network television show, but the show accommodated it because Swartzwelder's output was worth accommodating. He has given almost no interviews and makes essentially no public appearances. He has, since leaving the show, written a series of novels featuring a private detective character that have found an audience among his fans from the Simpsons years and that have been warmly reviewed, and that he discusses only through the occasional brief written statement. His political views were reportedly conservative in ways that sometimes created friction in a writer's room that skewed liberal. This friction has been noted by several former colleagues in interviews over the years, though always with an acknowledgement that the creative relationship transcended the political one, that Swartzwelder's talent was too significant to allow ideology to become an obstacle. The show itself has never been rigidly partisan. It has satirized both major political parties with roughly equal enthusiasm over its history, and the presence of a conservative voice in the room may have contributed to the balance that made that equal opportunity satire feel genuine rather than performative. The showrunner transitions over the show's history each have their own stories. Al Jean and Mike Rice ran the show for the first 2 seasons and left in 1992 to develop other projects, returning periodically in various capacities over the years. David Merkin took over for seasons 5 and 6 and brought a specific comedic sensibility, wilder, stranger, more willing to let individual jokes breathe even at the expense of narrative momentum, that produced some of the show's most beloved episodes and some of its most gleefully bizarre ones. Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein ran seasons 7 and 8, which many fans consider the peak of the show's run. Mike Scully took over for seasons 9 through 12, and his tenure is the most debated among the showrunner transitions, often cited in discussions of when the show began to change. Al Jean returned as showrunner in season 13 and has held the position ever since, a tenure of more than 20 seasons that makes him simultaneously one of the most important figures in the show's history and one of the most unfairly blamed for the show's perceived decline. Jean was running the show during some of its best years. He has been running it during its later years, which have produced good episodes and less good ones, and have overall not recaptured the consistent excellence of the first decade. Whether this is a function of his show running specifically or of the broader challenge of maintaining any creative property at peak performance for 30-plus years is a question that does not have a clean answer. Harry Shearer's 2015 public departure from the show was the writer's room controversy that went most dramatically public. Shearer, who voices Mr. Burns, Ned Flanders, Principal Skinner, and a significant portion of the show's supporting cast, announced via Twitter that he was leaving the show after Fox refused to let him pursue outside projects during the production period. The announcement was made at the end of a contract negotiation that had apparently gone badly, and it was immediate and stark, and caused genuine concern about whether the show could continue. The resolution took several months and involved what appeared to be significant effort from the other voice cast members, who had already negotiated their own contracts and who seemed to have been important in creating the conditions for Shearer's return. He came back. The crisis passed. But the episode illustrated how dependent the show was on specific individuals, how fragile the continuity of its cast was, and how much of what made the show feel like itself resided in voices that could not simply be replaced. Section 6. The Voice Cast Crisis. Strikes, Controversies, and the Recasting Debates. The principal voice cast of The Simpsons, 6 actors who have between them created the sonic world of Springfield for more than 3 decades, are among the most recognizable voices in the history of recorded performance. This is not hyperbole. Dan Castellaneta's Homer, Julie Kavner's Marge, Nancy Cartwright's Bart, Yeardley Smith's Lisa, Hank Azaria's gallery of characters, Harry Shearer's enormous ensemble. These are sounds that billions of people know instantly from a single syllable. They are woven into the cultural fabric in a way that very few performances ever achieve. This recognition gave the cast enormous leverage. It also created enormous vulnerability. Their power was that they were irreplaceable. Their vulnerability was that a show sufficiently motivated to prove otherwise might try. The 1998 contract negotiation was the first real test of that dynamic. The 6 principal cast members had been working under contracts that paid them well, but not at the level that their contributions to one of the most successful entertainment franchises in history arguably warranted. They negotiated as a bloc, a collective bargaining approach that was both strategic and somewhat unusual in the individual-focused world of Hollywood talent representation. Their position was straightforward. The show could not exist without them. They knew the show could not exist without them, and they wanted their compensation to reflect that fact. The negotiation was tense enough that there was genuine uncertainty at some points about whether the show would continue. Fox made noises about the possibility of recasting, about finding other actors who could do versions of the voices. The cast position was that the voices were not simply mimicable technical performances, but were the product of specific people's specific creative relationships with specific characters over many years, and that a recasting would not produce the same thing but a different and lesser thing. Fox ultimately agreed with this assessment in the most direct way possible. They paid what the cast was asking. The deal that emerged made the principal cast members some of the highest-paid voice performers in television history at that time. It set a precedent for subsequent negotiations that would prove both a point of pride for the cast and a source of ongoing tension with the network. The 2004 negotiation followed a similar pattern, with higher stakes and more public drama. Fox opened the round with proposals that the cast found unacceptable, and the back and forth became something that the entertainment press covered as a genuine story. The eventual resolution secured each principal cast member fees in the range of $300,000 per episode, a number that received considerable attention, with reactions ranging from admiration to concern about sustainability. By 2011, Fox was asking for significant cost reductions, in some accounts as much as 45% per episode. The cast resisted. The public statements from both sides suggested that the show's continuation was genuinely uncertain, that Fox was prepared to end the show if the cost reduction could not be achieved, and that the cast was prepared to let that happen, rather than accept terms they found inadequate. The resolution involved the cast accepting reduced fees in exchange for participation in back-end profits. This was an arrangement that aligned the cast's financial interests more closely with the show's long-term commercial success, which was arguably the right structure for a show that had proven its durability over 2 decades. But the negotiation left traces of tension that lingered in subsequent interviews and public statements from various parties. The Hank Azaria situation developed slowly and then arrived all at once. Azaria had been voicing Apu Nahasapima Springfield's Quick E-Mart proprietor since the character's earliest appearances. He had also voiced a significant number of other recurring and supporting characters: Chief Wiggum, Comic Book Guy, Professor Frink, Cletus the Slack-Jawed Yokel, Snake, and many others. His facility for voices was genuinely remarkable, and his characters had become as essential to the show's texture as the main family. The specific controversy around Apu will be discussed in its own section, but in terms of the voice cast history, what matters here is what Azaria's eventual departure from the role represented. The 2020 announcement that he would no longer voice Apu was part of a broader policy shift. The show would no longer have white actors voice characters of color. This was a significant commitment with implications across the cast. Azaria himself has spoken thoughtfully and at length about his own process of coming to terms with the decision, and his willingness to engage with the criticism and acknowledge that the character had caused harm has been more genuine and more personal than the institutional statement that accompanied it. The recasting process affected multiple characters. Dr. Hibbert, the Simpson family physician who had been voiced by Harry Shearer, was recast with Kevin Michael Richardson. Carl Carlson, Homer's friend and co-worker, who had been voiced by various white actors over the years, was given to Alex Desert. These changes were implemented without ceremony, appearing in new episodes without announcement, and the response from most viewers was acceptance rather than resistance. The future of the voice cast is one of the show's most genuinely open questions. The principal actors have been performing these characters for more than 35 years. They have aged in ways that their characters have not, which is the nature of the show's premise, but voice performance is not exempt from the passage of time. The question of what the show will do when, not if, it must navigate a significant change in its principal cast is one that everyone who thinks seriously about the show's future has to reckon with. It has no comfortable answer. Section 7. The predictions that caused problems. When The Simpsons got too close to reality, there is a category of internet posts that has accumulated enormous reach over the past 15 years, and it follows a consistent format. A frame from a Simpsons episode, typically from the late 1990s or early 2000s, appears alongside a photograph or headline from recent real events. The caption notes that the show predicted this specific thing years or decades before it happened. The post generates substantial engagement. The cycle repeats with remarkable regularity. The phenomenon has given the show a second and stranger cultural identity alongside its identity as a television program. The Simpsons is now, for a significant portion of the internet, primarily a prophetic text, a source of coded predictions about the future that an unusually educated and perceptive writing staff have been systematically embedding in cartoon form for 3 decades. This is not entirely what is happening, and understanding what is actually happening is both more interesting and more complicated than the prophecy narrative suggests. The most discussed prediction is the Trump presidency. In a 2000 episode called Bart to the Future, a brief gag involves an adult Lisa assuming the presidency after her immediate predecessor, Donald Trump, has left the economy in ruins. The joke was written by a writer named Dan Graney, and its comedic logic was simple. Trump had been a figure of American public life for years, had flirted publicly with the idea of running for president, and his name was culturally associated with a particular kind of gaudy excess that made it easy to use as a punchline for jokes about what happens when America's celebrity culture collides with its political system. The joke was not a prediction. It was a satirical observation about a trajectory that was already visible in 2000 to anyone paying attention. When Trump ran in 2015 and won in 2016, the clip circulated with a momentum that nothing else from the show's archive had ever achieved. Dan Graney gave interviews explaining the joke. Al Jean gave interviews explaining the joke. The show itself addressed the phenomenon, which it could do safely because the phenomenon was essentially free advertising. The prediction narrative was irresistible to large numbers of people because it offered a satisfying story. Someone knew this was coming, someone wrote it down, and the evidence has been sitting in a cartoon archive, waiting for reality to catch up. The Siegfried and Roy case is harder to dismiss than the Trump one, because it is more specific. The show depicted a fictional version of the performers being attacked by one of their big cats, a white tiger specifically, years before Roy Horn was injured by a tiger in 2003. The show was not extrapolating from a visible trend. It was making a joke about the inherent danger of working with predatory animals in theatrical contexts, a joke that turned out to map onto a specific real event in a specific way. But even here, the prediction framing distorts more than it clarifies. The show was not uniquely insightful in understanding that working with tigers was dangerous. Anyone who has thought about it knows that working with tigers is dangerous. The joke was built on that knowledge, and the real event was a manifestation of that same knowledge expressed in tragedy rather than comedy. The show and the event share an understanding of how dangerous tigers are, which is not the same thing as the show predicting the event. The COVID connection is perhaps the most instructive case. A 1993 episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu pandemic spreading from Japan, the Osaka flu as it was called, to Springfield, causing mass panic and disruption. Images from this episode circulated widely in early 2020, alongside claims that the show had predicted the COVID-19 pandemic. The comparison was circulated by millions of people. The show addressed it. The media covered it. The comparison required significant creative interpretation to hold up. The Osaka flu was a standard influenza, not a novel coronavirus. It spread via package deliveries from Japan, not through respiratory transmission in crowded public spaces. The specific dynamics of the fictional pandemic were quite different from the actual pandemic. What the comparison captured was the emotional experience of a flu pandemic, the panic buying, the social disruption, the uncertainty, without meaningfully predicting any of the specific features of COVID-19. Producer Bill Oakley, who wrote the episode, gave interviews making exactly this point. He noted that depicting a flu pandemic was not a particularly remarkable creative choice. given that flu pandemics are a recurring feature of human history, and therefore a legitimate subject for satire. He was frustrated by the prediction narrative, which he felt reduced a piece of intentional creative work to an apparent accident of foresight. The writers who have engaged most thoughtfully with the prediction phenomenon tend to make similar points. The show's writing staff, over its history, has been extraordinarily well educated and widely read. A significant number of writers have advanced degrees from elite institutions, backgrounds in mathematics and science and political theory alongside their comedy skills. They are not throwing random darts. They are making observations about existing trajectories and following those trajectories to their logical conclusions. When those conclusions turn out to match future events, it is because the writers were reading the present accurately rather than because they were reading the future at all. What the prediction narrative does is collapse this distinction between reading the present well and reading the future in a way that is entertaining but misleading. It converts an act of skilled contemporary analysis into an act of prophecy, which makes the show seem more magical and less intelligent than it actually is. The show is not prophetic, it is observant. Those are different things, and the difference matters. The predictions that cause actual problems for the show are the ones that arrive in proximity to real disasters. When an episode about a specific type of catastrophe airs shortly before a real version of that catastrophe occurs, the coincidence generates coverage regardless of whether the episode is related to the event in any meaningful way. This kind of coincidence is essentially inevitable for a show that has depicted enough catastrophes over enough years, and the coverage it generates is something the show has had to absorb repeatedly without being able to do much about it. Section 8. The Apu Controversy and the Race Reckoning that changed the show. Apu Nahasapimapetalan first appeared in a 1990 episode and quickly became one of the show's most recognizable supporting characters. He ran the Quickie Mart convenience store. He had a wife and 8 children. He held a PhD from the Calcutta Institute of Technology, a detail that the show introduced as a joke about the gap between his academic credentials and his employment, but that also gave him a specificity and a depth that mere caricature does not usually possess. He was friendly, he was generous, he cared about his community. He was voiced by Hank Azaria in an exaggerated Indian accent that the show mined for comedy throughout Apu's decades of appearances. For South Asian Americans watching the show through the 1990s and 2000s, the experience of Apu was not simple. He was, in many practical respects, the primary representation of South Asian identity in American primetime television during those years. If you grew up South Asian in America during that period, Apu was what the rest of the country saw when they thought about your community. His face was on merchandise. His catchphrase, "Thank you, come again," was repeated at you on playgrounds and in offices by people who thought they were making a friendly cultural reference. His accent was deployed as a vehicle for mockery in the daily lives of South Asian Americans who had nothing to do with him except the accident of sharing an ethnic background with the character he represented. Hari Kondabolu is a comedian from Queens who grew up with Apu as one of his most constant cultural companions, in the specific sense that Apu was a constant presence in the way other people related to his identity. In 2017, he released a documentary called The Problem with Apu, which traced the history of the character and made a clear and carefully argued case that the character was a harmful stereotype, that the comedy built around Apu depended on finding Indianness itself to be a source of humor in a way that had concrete negative effects on real people who shared that background. The documentary was not a simple takedown. Kondabolu was careful about the complexity of the situation. He acknowledged that he had grown up watching the show and finding parts of it funny. He acknowledged that Apu had, in certain episodes, been written with genuine warmth and given real depth. He acknowledged that the people who made the show did not intend to cause harm. He was insisting with patience and specificity on the right to name the harm that had been caused regardless of intent, because intent and impact are different things and both matter. The show's initial public response was an episode that aired in April 2018, in which Lisa Simpson addressed the Apu situation directly. In a meta moment, Lisa looked at the camera and said that some things would be addressed later, or just not at all. And then Marge added that what she knew for certain was that the episode had come to a completely satisfying end. The credits rolled. The response to this response was swift and negative. Kondabolu called it a disappointment. Critics who had followed the controversy found the dismissive meta-joke to be exactly the wrong approach. The show had used its own self-awareness, usually one of its strengths, as a way of waving away a legitimate grievance rather than engaging with it. It had treated the concern as a punchline rather than as something worth taking seriously. Hank Azaria's personal reckoning with the character unfolded over a longer period than the institutional response. He has spoken in several interviews about a process that was neither quick nor comfortable. Conversations with South Asian Americans about their experiences with Apu and how the character had affected their lives, a gradual and genuine understanding of why the character caused harm, and an eventual conclusion that stepping away from the role was the right thing to do. His account of this process has the texture of a person genuinely working through something difficult rather than performing the appearance of growth, and it has been received as more authentic than most corporate-mandated reckonings tend to be. In 2020, the show announced that Azaria would no longer voice Apu. The announcement came alongside the broader policy change about white actors voicing characters of color. Apu has since largely faded from the show, appearing occasionally in the background without significant dialogue or storylines. The character has not been formally retired or killed off. He has simply become quiet. Kondabolu's response to the outcome was measured. He noted that what he had been asking for was a better version of the character, not the character's erasure. He had wanted the show to do the harder work of reconsidering how Apu was written rather than simply removing him. The outcome was different from what he had hoped for, but he acknowledged that it represented a meaningful response to the conversation his documentary had started. The Apu controversy's broader significance is what it revealed about the show's assumptions regarding representation. The show had always operated on the premise that satirizing everyone equally was a sufficient defense against the charge of stereotyping. The Apu conversation demonstrated that this premise was insufficient, that equal opportunity satirizing does not produce equal impact, that some stereotypes carry more weight than others because of the specific cultural context in which they arrive and are received. The conversation also forced the show to reckon with the demographics of who had been making it. The writer's room of The Simpsons was, for most of its history, predominantly white. The characters of color that appeared in the show were created primarily by white writers, voiced primarily by white actors, written through the lens of what white writers imagined those characters' experiences and cultures to be. This is not a unique problem in American television. It is the industry's structural problem, rooted in decades of exclusion and neglect. But the Apu controversy made it impossible to pretend that The Simpsons had been immune to it. Section 9. The Dark Side of Springfield. Real-world crimes, copycat incidents, and legal battles. Every long-running piece of popular culture eventually accumulates a set of stories about the ways its content has intersected with real-world harm. The Simpsons, having run for more than 3 decades and having been watched by a significant fraction of the global population, has accumulated more of these stories than most. Understanding them requires holding 2 things in mind simultaneously: the genuine complexity of the relationship between fiction and behavior, and the tendency of media coverage to simplify that relationship into something more causal and more alarming than the evidence typically supports. The copycat question, whether watching something on television causes people to imitate it, has been studied extensively by researchers who study media effects. The consistent finding is that the relationship is complicated, context-dependent, and mediated by many factors that simple exposure to a piece of media cannot account for. The people who commit acts of violence are not, by and large, simply people who watched a television show. They are people with complex histories and psychological profiles who may have consumed particular media as one of many factors in those histories. This does not mean that media has no effects. It means that the effects are not simple and are not well captured by the phrase copycat incident. The Simpsons has been cited in a small number of cases over its history where someone who committed an act of harm was found to have been a viewer of the show, and where some connection, usually strained, usually partial, was drawn between the show's content and the act. In each case, the connection has been substantially less clear than initial coverage suggested. The strangling joke is the most frequently cited piece of the show's content in these discussions. Homer's habit of strangling Bart, his reflexive physical response to his son's provocations, played always as a brief and cartoonish act that the show treats as Homer's most characteristic failure of patience, is one of the show's most recurring gags. In the early years, it was extremely frequent. It has moderated considerably over time, partly in response to criticism and partly simply as the show evolved its comedic vocabulary. Child development researchers have periodically criticized the gag for normalizing physical punishment of children. The show's writers have consistently resisted this criticism on the grounds that the gag is clearly satirical. It is shown as Homer's failure, not as a model of correct behavior, and the show has always been interested in Homer's failures as something to understand rather than emulate. The researchers' concern has been that the repetition of the image, regardless of the satirical framing, communicates something through sheer exposure that the framing does not fully counteract. This is actually a legitimate debate about how comedy works and what effects it has. The show's position, that the satirical frame is doing the work of neutralizing the image's potential for harm, is a plausible one. The researchers' position, that images have effects that their frames do not always control, is also a plausible one. These positions are not easily reconciled, and the show has had to navigate between them without a clean resolution available. The bootleg merchandise legal battles are a less emotionally weighted but practically significant part of the show's legal history. The volume of unlicensed Simpsons merchandise that has circulated since the early 1990s is genuinely staggering. Every piece of that merchandise represents a legal violation that the show's rights holders have had varying success in pursuing. The shift to digital reproduction and social media distribution has made the enforcement problem substantially harder. A t-shirt manufacturer can be sued and shut down. A meme creator posting an unlicensed image to Instagram presents an entirely different kind of enforcement challenge. Fox has maintained an active intellectual property enforcement program throughout the show's history, and the results have been mixed. High-profile cases have been won. The overall volume of unauthorized use has never been brought to anything approaching zero. This is true of virtually all major entertainment properties, and The Simpsons is not unique in the challenge. But the scale of the franchise means the scale of the unauthorized use problem is also larger than most. The relationship between the show and Fox News represents one of the more interesting, ongoing legal and institutional tensions in the show's history. The show has satirized Fox News repeatedly and with evident relish. The 2003 ticker incident has been discussed already, but it is hardly the only example. The show has included Fox News as a background element in many episodes over the years, always treated as an object of mild mockery, always depicted as the corporate propaganda arm of a specific ideological project. The fact that Fox News and The Simpsons are both products of the same corporate parent creates a situation that is inherently absurd, and that the show has acknowledged with what seems like genuine delight. The freedom to mock your own corporate sibling on national television, and to have that mockery be consistently popular, is a freedom that few television properties have had. The Simpsons has used it repeatedly, with results that the show's fans have generally found satisfying, and that Fox News' leadership has found considerably less so. Section 10. The Decline Wars. The longest-running argument in television history. The argument about when The Simpsons declined has been running continuously since approximately 1999, which means it has been running for longer than many television shows that have ever existed. It is conducted everywhere. In bars, in living rooms, in comment sections, in academic papers, in the offices of the writers who make the show, and who have had to spend their professional lives inside a building, where the argument is always audible if you listen for it. The argument's basic shape is consistent regardless of where you encounter it. The show was, in its early seasons, something genuinely extraordinary. The writing was sharper, the emotional stakes were more real, the comedy was more surprising, the characters were more fully realized, the show more consistently produced episodes that held up on multiple viewings and that revealed new things each time. Something happened at some point in the show's history, and the show that exists now is a diminished version of the thing it used to be. The argument is about when that happened and why. The difficulty is that these questions do not have agreed-upon answers, and the absence of agreed-upon answers has not prevented the argument from generating an enormous amount of heat over the past 25 years. The question of when the decline began is itself a significant sub-debate. Some people put the turning point at season 9, when Mike Scully took over as showrunner, and the show began to feel, to some viewers, slightly different in its priorities and its texture. Others place it at season 11 or 12, which is roughly when the show began to incorporate more celebrity guest appearances and more high-concept, single-episode premises at the expense of the grounded, character-driven stories that had defined its best work. Still, others argue that the decline was gradual and that locating a precise turning point is itself a kind of false nostalgia, that the show's quality was never perfectly consistent, and that the early seasons had their weaker episodes too. This last point is worth dwelling on because it is frequently underemphasized in the decline discourse. The Golden Age mythology has made the first 8 or 9 seasons seem almost uniformly excellent in retrospect, and this is not entirely accurate. There were mediocre episodes in seasons 3 and 4 and 5. There were episodes in seasons 6 and 7 that did not land. The perception of a seamless period of consistent excellence is partly the product of memory selectively preserving the best episodes from each season, while quietly discarding the weaker ones. That said, there is something real in the perception of decline, and dismissing it entirely because it is imprecisely formulated would be intellectually dishonest. The show's best work from its first decade achieved something that television comedy rarely achieves. It made you laugh and also made you feel something, in a sequence that was so smooth that you did not notice the transition happening. Homer and Bart at the baseball game. Homer's reunion with his mother in the cemetery. Lisa's saxophone playing as a source of genuine beauty. Marge's quiet inner life surfacing in episodes that gave it room. These were not just funny moments. They were human moments that happened to be funny, or funny moments that turned out to be human, and the distinction between those two things was never entirely clear in the show's best episodes. The show's later seasons have produced good episodes and funny moments. They have not consistently produced that particular combination of comedy and emotional reality that defined the early work. This is partly a function of how long the show has been running. The characters have been used so extensively that finding genuinely new things for them to do has become harder. It is partly a function of how completely the show's cultural context has changed. The specific anxieties and recognitions that animated the early seasons were rooted in a particular American moment, and that moment has passed. It is also partly, though this is harder to say, a function of the creative attrition that inevitably affects any project sustained for too long. The writers who made the show extraordinary in its first decade were in a particular condition of creative intensity that cannot be maintained indefinitely. Some of them left, some of them burned out, some of them made their best work on the show and then made different, still good work, and then eventually made work that was good but not what it had been. This is how creative careers work. The tragedy is not that it happened, but that the show's format made it impossible to acknowledge. The Flanderization phenomenon is real and worth understanding precisely. In the show's early seasons, Ned Flanders was a specific kind of character. Devoutly religious, genuinely kind, specific and particular in his devotions and his domestic habits, and his relationships with the people around him. He felt like a complete person whose faith was one part of him rather than the whole of him. Over time, as the show cycled through his character looking for comedy, and as new writers learned him through his most prominent and easily deployed attribute, he became progressively more defined by his evangelical Christianity until that quality crowded out most of the rest of him. This process happened to most of the show's supporting characters, and eventually to the main family as well. Homer became progressively more foolish, not in the recognizable way of a man who makes mistakes, but in a more cartoonish way that divorced his foolishness from any recognizable human experience. The Homer of Season 4 is a man whose stupidity is real but is also embedded in a person with genuine relationships and genuine feelings. The Homer of Season 15 is more exclusively defined by stupidity in a way that makes him harder to care about. The network context matters here. Fox had incentives to keep the show running as long as it was commercially viable, regardless of whether keeping it running was in the show's creative interests. The show's producers had their own reasons to continue. The project was their livelihood and their identity. The cast had financial interest in continuation. The structure of the situation pointed toward continuation, even after the case for continuation on purely creative grounds had weakened. Al Jean, who has been the show's showrunner since season 13, has had to carry the weight of the decline narrative on his shoulders in a way that is partly unfair and partly unavoidable. He ran the show during some of its best seasons. He has run it during its years of diminished quality. He is the constant across the entire later period, which makes him the natural focal point for the argument about what happened, even if the answer is more complicated than any individual showrunner's choices can account for. Section 11. The Movie Controversies. Years of broken promises and behind-the-scenes chaos. For 14 years, beginning sometime in the mid-1990s, The Simpsons promised a movie, not in the form of a formal announcement with production dates and marketing plans. In the form of interviews, in the form of offhand remarks at industry events that were reported in entertainment columns, in the form of the persistent cultural expectation that a show this popular, this beloved, this embedded in American consciousness must eventually make the leap to the theatrical screen. The promises were not cynical. The people making them genuinely intended to deliver, and the delay was not a failure of commitment, but a failure of solution. Writing a Simpsons movie turned out to be one of the hardest creative problems anyone involved with the show had ever tried to solve, and it took a very long time because the problem was genuinely difficult. The core challenge was both simple and intractable. A Simpsons movie could not simply be a longer episode. The audience who would pay to sit in a theater expected something that justified the experience, something that could not have been done in 22 minutes. Finding what that something was turned out to require years of failed attempts. The development process has been described by people who were present for it as one involving scripts that were written, revised extensively, and ultimately discarded when the creative team concluded that they had not found the thing they were looking for. Different approaches were tried. High-concept adventures that took the family far from Springfield, intimate character studies that kept them close to home, structural experiments that tried to do something formally unusual with the Simpsons universe. None of them worked. And working is a binary condition in comedy in a way that it is not in drama. Either the jokes land and the story moves and the whole thing coheres, or it does not. The early Simpsons movie scripts did not cohere in ways the creative team found acceptable. The solution that eventually worked was the dome story. Springfield is sealed under an enormous glass dome by the EPA after Homer contaminates the town's lake with an enormous amount of pig waste at the worst possible moment. The family escapes under the dome. They must find a way to save the town. The story has a clean, dramatic spine, a problem created, a consequence faced, a resolution earned, that the looser, earlier concepts had lacked. It also allowed the film to comment, with characteristic Simpson specificity, on environmental catastrophe and governmental response, and the particular American habit of ignoring slow disasters until they become sudden ones. The production was made in traditional animation rather than computer-generated imagery. By 2007, CGI had become the dominant mode for animated theatrical features, and the choice to stick with traditional animation was noticed and discussed. The creative team's reasoning was clear. The show existed in a visual language developed over nearly 2 decades of traditional animation, and changing that language for the movie would have made the movie feel like something different from the show. There was also an emotional argument. The characters were the characters partly because of how they looked, and how they looked was inseparable from the specific aesthetic of hand-drawn animation. The film's production was long, and the script was revised extensively. Reports at the time suggested upward of 100 drafts, a number that the writers themselves have confirmed is at least in the right order of magnitude. The collaborative rewriting process that works well for a television episode becomes exponentially harder at the feature length. Every joke, every plot turn, every character moment has to work in the context of a story that is 4 times as long as anything the show had previously attempted. The marketing of the movie was considerable and occasionally generated its own controversies. Fox converted a number of 7-Eleven stores into quick E-marts for promotional purposes. Stores that sold squishies and pink donuts and other items from the Springfield universe. This was an inventive and memorable piece of promotion, but it was also an uncomfortable blending of the show's satirical world with commercial reality. The Quickie Mart is funny partly because it is a satire of the convenience store as an American institution. Turning actual 7-Eleven stores into Quickie Marts for marketing purposes made that satire more complicated without anyone quite acknowledging the complication. The film was released in July 2007 and earned more than $500 million worldwide. Critical reception was broadly positive. The film was considered a success by most reasonable measures. Whether it had been worth 14 years of development is a question that different people answer differently, but the general consensus was that it had delivered on enough of its promise to be considered a genuine achievement rather than a disappointment. A sequel has been in various stages of development since before the first film's credits had finished rolling. It has not appeared. Whether one will appear, and whether any sequel made now could capture what the first film managed to find, remains genuinely uncertain. The gap between the first film's release and any potential sequel has now extended to nearly 2 decades, and the cultural moment that the first film emerged from has changed substantially. Section 12. The Final Scandal. What the show's future means and why it still matters. There is a particular kind of conversation that happens whenever The Simpsons comes up among people who have been watching it for a long time, and it tends to follow a predictable shape. Someone says they cannot believe the show is still on. Someone else says they haven't watched it in years. Someone notes that the new episodes are not what they used to be. Someone else tries to identify the last episode they genuinely loved. The conversation usually ends with a kind of mournful shrug, the acknowledgement that something great has become something ordinary, and that ordinary things are harder to know what to do with than great ones. This conversation is everywhere and has been everywhere for approximately 25 years, and it has not managed to end the show. The show continues. It is renewed. It is watched by millions of people every week. It generates licensing revenue and cultural references and the occasional moment that still surprises you. It persists because the conditions for its persistence remain in place. The audience has not disappeared. The platform has not collapsed. The cast has not fully changed, and the network has not made the decision that ending it is preferable to continuing it. What this means is that the question of when the show should end is not primarily a creative question. It is a commercial question dressed in creative clothing. The show will end when it stops being commercially viable for Fox to continue it, or when some practical circumstance, the loss of a crucial cast member, a change in the network's strategic priorities, some external development that cannot be anticipated, makes continuation impossible. Creative quality, which peaked decades ago by most assessments, is not the relevant variable. This is both understandable and, from a certain angle, genuinely melancholy. The show that produced Homer's Barbershop Quartet and Cape Fear and Who Shot Mr. Burns, and Lisa's Substitute and many dozens of other extraordinary pieces of television. That show did not end when it should have ended, at a moment of creative dignity and genuine artistic completion. It is still going. It is a different show than the show that produced those episodes, and the distance between what it was and what it is serves as a kind of ongoing record of how much can be lost over the course of 35 years. But here is the other thing, the thing that the decline narrative tends to crowd out. The show still means something to people, not just to people who remember what it was at its best, though it means something to them. To people who are encountering it now, for the first time, who do not have the burden of comparison and the weight of nostalgia. A 15-year-old watching The Simpsons in 2024 is not watching it against the memory of what the show was in 1993. They are watching it on its own terms, and on its own terms, it is still often funny and occasionally genuinely moving, and always interested in the lives of a family that, despite its obvious absurdity, feels recognizably human. This is worth something. Not as much as what the show was at its best, but something real. The Simpsons has been, for 36 years, a consistent presence in the lives of people who needed a consistent presence. It has been the thing on at the end of the day, the thing on during the difficult years of childhood and adolescence, and the complicated middle of adult life. It has been the thing you quoted to someone who understood exactly what you meant, the thing that connected you to other people across the enormous variety of experience that makes American life hard to share. The scandals and the controversies, everything we have spent the last several hours exploring together, are in some ways evidence of this. A show that nobody cares about does not generate the level of cultural heat that The Simpsons has generated consistently for 3.5 decades. The parents' groups and the school bands and the presidential comments and the celebrity feuds and the pulled episodes and the legal battles and the representation reckonings and the decline wars, all of it is a testament to how much this show has mattered. Things that do not matter do not attract this level of argument. The controversy around the show's predictions mattered because people wanted the show to be prophetic, wanted it to have a wisdom that transcended the limits of ordinary television, wanted it to be the kind of thing that understood the future because it understood the present so well. The controversy around Apu mattered because the show had reached so deeply into American culture that its failures of representation had real consequences for real people. The controversy around the voice cast salaries mattered because the people doing the work wanted to be compensated in proportion to what they had created, and what they had created was genuinely valuable. The show will end eventually. It always will because everything does. When it ends, the cultural accounting will be complicated and ongoing, and probably never complete. The people who loved the early seasons will mourn them again, and more finally. The people who found comfort in the later seasons will mourn those. The arguments about when it peaked and when it declined and what the right ending would have looked like will continue in the absence of the show itself, because these arguments are not really about the show. They are about time and about what we carry from the things we loved when we were young, and about the specific pain of watching something you care about change in ways you did not choose and cannot reverse. What Homer Simpson has meant to the people who have watched him stumble through life for 36 years is something the show itself cannot fully articulate, and that is perhaps as it should be. The best things resist being fully articulated. They do their work in the space between what is said and what is felt, in the recognition that passes between a piece of art and a person who needed that piece of art at a particular moment in their life. The Simpsons, at its best, was a piece of art that understood something essential about the American experience. That people are trying their hardest and failing regularly, that families are built from love and dysfunction in roughly equal measure, that the institutions that are supposed to help tend to be run by people as confused as everyone else, and that the only honest response to all of this is to find it funny and human and worth continuing. That understanding did not disappear when the show stopped being at its best. It is still there in the archive, preserved in hundreds of episodes that will be watched by people who need them for as long as there are people who need them. The final scandal of The Simpsons is that there is no final scandal. There is no single thing that captures it, no controversy that defines it, no decisive moment that settles the question of what it was and what it meant. It is too large and too varied and too alive in the memory of too many people for any single story to contain. Springfield is still there. The sky is still yellow. Homer is still on his couch, and whatever comes next, the 36 years that came before it were, in the most important ways, genuinely extraordinary. Thank you for spending these hours in Springfield. Drop a comment when you wake up. Let us know what you dreamed about. Hopefully something warmer than the Springfield nuclear power plant. End of script extended epilogue. The things Springfield taught us. There is a quality that the best episodes of The Simpsons have that is worth trying to name, even though naming it risks diminishing it. It is the quality of recognition. The moment when something happening to a cartoon family on a television screen maps so precisely onto something that has happened in your real life, or in the lives of people you love, that the two things become briefly indistinguishable. Homer making a terrible decision because the right decision was too hard. Marge absorbing everyone else's difficulty because she has always absorbed everyone else's difficulty. Lisa knowing she is right about something, and discovering that being right does not automatically make anyone else listen. Bart reaching out to his father in the only way he knows how, and Homer missing it, and then catching it, and the moment of connection being worth all the missing that preceded it. These moments of recognition are the show's most durable gift. They survive the controversies. They survive the decline in average quality. They survive the passage of time and the accumulation of episodes that do not reach the same level. They survive because they are made of something that does not age. The experience of being a person in a family, trying to love the people closest to you and frequently failing, succeeding in small ways that feel enormous in the moment, being surprised by your own capacity for warmth and for foolishness in approximately equal measure. The controversies we have spent these hours exploring are, in a sense, the show's relationship with the world outside Springfield. The ways that a piece of art built inside a writer's room in Los Angeles collides with the enormous, complicated, messy world it was trying to understand. The school bans and the presidential comments and the celebrity feuds and the representation reckonings and the legal battles are all part of the story of what happens when a television show becomes important enough that the world outside it starts pushing back. But the recognition moments are the show's relationship with the world inside you. The private experience of watching some things and feeling, with a clarity that is sometimes unexpected, seen. This is what television at its best does. It makes people feel seen. The Simpsons did it more consistently than almost any other show in its peak years, and it did it in a medium and with a subject, animation, the American working class family, that was not previously understood to be capable of it. The controversies proved that the show mattered to the world. The recognition moments are why it mattered to individuals. And the individuals, added together across 36 years of episodes and several generations of viewers, constitute something genuinely significant. A shared cultural experience at a scale that very few things have achieved. Not many things can say they have been part of the weekly rhythm of people's lives for more than 3 decades. Not many things can say they have been part of childhood and adolescence and young adulthood and middle age for a single person. The Simpsons can say both of those things about its relationship with the people who have watched it. People who watched Bart struggle in school in 1990 have children of their own who are watching the show now. The experience has been passed down in the way that good things tend to get passed down. Not with ceremony, not with instruction, just with the casual warmth of sharing something you love with someone you also love. This is the deepest thing about the show's staying power. It is not the ratings or the licensing or the cultural ubiquity, though all of those are real. It is the fact that it has become part of the story that families tell about themselves. One of the things they remember doing together, one of the reference points that lets the members of a family locate themselves in relation to each other. I remember watching that one with your dad. I remember when we used to all pile on the couch on Sunday nights. I remember Bart. I remember Homer falling down the stairs. I remember Lisa playing saxophone in her room and it being the saddest and most beautiful thing on television. The scandals are the story the outside world tells about The Simpsons. The memories are the story that families tell. Both stories are true. Both stories are incomplete. The complete story is too large to tell in a single sitting, which is perhaps why there is always another documentary, another long-form breakdown, another deep dive into the archive looking for things that have not yet been noticed. There will always be more to say about Springfield. The town is too large, too contradictory, too richly strange for the conversation to ever close. And as long as Homer is on the couch and Marge is patient and Bart is 10 years old and Lisa is playing saxophone and Maggie is watching everything with those enormous eyes and understanding far more than anyone suspects, the conversation will continue. That is the thing about Springfield. It keeps you coming back. Not because it is perfect, but because it is yours in the way that very few pieces of culture manage to be yours. It is the town you grew up in, whatever town you actually grew up in. It is the family you know, whatever family you actually know. It is the voice that has been there, Sunday after Sunday, longer than almost anything else in American life. And it is still going. Whatever comes next, that is something. This has been the complete story of the Simpsons scandals, controversies, and the remarkable, complicated life of the longest-running animated show in American history. Thank you for listening. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Springfield will be there when you wake up. It always is. Appendix: the smaller scandals, stories that deserve their own moment. No account of the controversies surrounding The Simpsons can be complete without acknowledging the dozens of smaller scandals that do not fit neatly into the larger categories, but that together form a texture of ongoing friction that is itself part of the show's identity. The Hans Moleman situation deserves mention because it illustrates something that the show does quietly and consistently, and that generates a persistent, low-level unease when you start paying attention to it. Hans Moleman, the tiny, nearly blind, perpetually unfortunate elderly man who drifts through the background of Springfield, has died in canonical, non-dream sequence episodes more times than any other character in the show's history. Not died in a sense that the show engages with, not died in a way that generates consequence or narrative weight, but died in the sense that his body is shown ceasing to function, and then appearing again in the next episode as if nothing occurred. The running gag is funny in the way that cartoon violence is often funny. Absurdist, escalating, committed to its own internal logic with a seriousness that heightens the comedy. But when you inventory the deaths, when you make the list is striking. He has been hit by cars and buried alive and attacked by animals and crushed by falling objects and struck by lightning. These are presented as comic beats. The show moves on. And then Hans Moleman appears again. Within the framework of the radiation theory discussed in the show's theories, Moleman's impossible returns make a particular kind of sense. His biology so thoroughly disrupted by decades of Springfield's environmental contamination that his cells have developed a capacity for reconstitution that should not be biologically possible. Within the coma theory, he is a background process in Homer's dreaming mind, a minor character that the dream occasionally lets lapse and then reassembles, because the simulation requires him to populate certain scenes. Neither explanation is meant to be the definitive answer. Both are ways of noticing that the show is doing something consistent with Moleman over many years, and that the consistency has a shape, even if the shape is not given a name. The Ned Flanders psychology is one of the show's richest veins of dramatic irony. Flanders is presented as Homer's foil, the neighbor who does everything right, who is devout and kind and generous and patient, whose children are well-behaved and whose home is impeccably maintained, and who responds to every provocation with a forgiveness that would strain belief in a real person. The show plays him as a straightforward comic character for years before revealing, in a pivotal episode, the mechanism beneath the saintliness. The episode is Hurricane Nettie, which aired in 1997. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The town rebuilds it. The rebuilt house collapses because nobody in Springfield is actually competent at construction, and the combination of the original loss and the second collapse breaks something in Ned. He snaps. He says to the assembled faces of the people who failed him exactly what he thinks of each of them. A torrent of specific, pointed frustration that the show has been building toward for years without the audience knowing it. Then Ned is institutionalized, and the institutionalization reveals what the saintliness has always been. Not natural virtue, but the result of childhood behavioral conditioning. Ned's parents were beatnik free spirits who did not believe in discipline, and the chaos of his early childhood was so extreme that a psychiatrist spent years systematically conditioning the aggression and the authentic emotional expression out of him through what the episode describes, with gentle understatement, as a modified version of therapy that involved a significant amount of what sounds like aversion conditioning. Ned Flanders is a product of institutional intervention on his psychology. His kindness is not freely chosen. His patience is not natural. His forgiveness is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man whose authentic emotional life was so thoroughly suppressed in childhood that he cannot access it without institutional breakdown. Everything about him that Homer finds enviable and slightly irritating is underneath a kind of cage. This is one of the show's most genuinely dark revelations, and it is all the darker for being handled with the show's characteristic light touch. The episode is funny, the breakdown scene is funny, the institutional reveal is handled with comedy before it lands as tragedy. And then the show moves on, and Ned returns to being Ned. And the revelation sits in the archive available to anyone who goes looking for it, but not exactly advertised. The question of who God talks to in Springfield is one of those small, consistent, revealing details that accumulates meaning over time. Homer has conversations with God, real ones depicted within the show's universe as genuine divine communication. God appears. God speaks. God has opinions about Homer's life and offers insights that are delivered in the specific voice of a divine entity who finds Homer both infuriating and genuinely beloved. Ned Flanders, who goes to church every Sunday, who has dedicated the architecture of his daily life to the service of his faith, who prays and tithes and witnesses and genuinely believes in a way that the show treats as authentic rather than satirical. Ned has never had a conversation with God in the show. God has spoken to Homer, the man who falls asleep in church and whose engagement with faith is casual at best and absent at worst. God has never spoken to Ned, the man whose entire life is organized around the premise that God is real and that the correct response to that reality is consistent, serious devotion. The show does not comment on this directly. It simply does it over and over across many years of episodes. And the accumulated picture of a universe in which the faithless get divine attention and the faithful get silence is one of the darker undercurrents in a show that is usually understood primarily as a comedy. The floating timeline has generated its own set of ongoing controversies, as the show has continued long enough for the contradictions to become truly spectacular. When the show debuted in 1989, Homer and Marge's backstory was set in the 1970s. They were the right age for that backstory. Their high school memories and their early marriage and the cultural references that surrounded their courtship were all consistent with a couple who came of age in the mid-1970s. By the 2020s, Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s. This means their backstory has had to be recalibrated multiple times, set progressively later in order to maintain the mathematical consistency required for people who are currently in their mid-30s to have formative experiences that fit the present day. Homer and Marge, as currently constituted, would have been teenagers in the 1990s. Their cultural reference points, their formative experiences, their relationship to specific pieces of music and television and technology have all had to shift to accommodate a timeline that keeps the characters at the same age while the world moves forward around them. This creates a show in which Homer and Marge have effectively been different people at different points in the show's history, people with different memories, different reference points, different relationships to the cultural context of their youth. The floating timeline does not merely mean they do not age. It means their entire personal history is periodically rewritten to fit the mathematical requirements of their permanent present. This is something the show has addressed explicitly only once in an episode that acknowledged the paradox directly before backing away from it with a joke. The acknowledgement was itself revealing. The show knew what it was doing, knew the contradictions it was creating, and had decided that the contradictions were the price of a format that it was not willing to abandon. The show's relationship with its own archive is one of the most interesting ongoing stories in its existence. With more than 700 episodes in the archive, the show has accumulated more internal contradictions than any other television property in history. Characters have died and returned. Events have been referenced in ways inconsistent with how they were depicted. Facts about characters' backgrounds have changed between episodes. The show has addressed some of these inconsistencies with explicit jokes about its own continuity, treating the inconsistency as itself a source of comedy. Others have been quietly ignored, allowed to exist in the archive as contradictions that nobody is going to resolve. This approach, acknowledging the problem while declining to solve it, is characteristic of the show's relationship with many of its more persistent difficulties. The show knows what it is. It knows what it has been. It knows what it has failed to be and what it has succeeded in being and what it can no longer be and what it might still become. And it continues with all of that knowledge and all of those contradictions intact, because continuing is what it does. The ultimate Springfield scandal is this. After 36 years, the show is still capable of surprising you. Not consistently. Not in every episode or every season. But occasionally, in specific moments, something happens in a current episode that has the quality of the early work. That combination of comedy and genuine human feeling that made the show matter in the first place. These moments are rarer than they used to be. But they happen. And when they happen, they are a reminder that the thing the show was at its best is still somehow in there, still accessible, still alive inside the institution that the show has become. That is the final, unexpected thing about The Simpsons. It has survived its own decline. It has outlasted the moment when most of us stopped expecting it to be great and started being pleasantly surprised when it was good. It has found a way to continue being The Simpsons, even when the version of The Simpsons it produces is a complicated relationship with its own former excellence. And somewhere in that continuation, in the stubborn persistence of a show that should by every reasonable creative measure have ended years ago, there is something that feels, against all probability, like hope. The hope that the thing you loved might still be there. The hope that the loop might still have life in it. The hope that Homer will find his way home by the end of the episode, because he always does. Because in Springfield, that is the one thing that never changes. He always finds his way home. A note on watching Springfield sleep. There is something particular about encountering a show like The Simpsons in the quiet of the night, when the edges of your consciousness are soft, and the day has finally loosened its grip on your attention. The controversies feel different in that state. The feuds and the lawsuits and the school bans and the prediction debates, they recede to their proper proportion, which is smaller than the noise they generate in the daylight world. What remains in the dark, when you close your eyes and let the words of Springfield wash over you, is something simpler and more essential. A family. A town. The specific sound of Dan Castellaneta's voice, finding Homer's panic in a situation, and Julie Kavner's voice finding Marge's patience, and Nancy Cartwright's voice finding Bart's energy, and Yeardley Smith's voice finding Lisa's hope. These voices have been in the world since 1989. They have accompanied more falling asleep moments than anyone could count, more late nights and quiet Sunday evenings and slow drift-offs on couches and in beds and in the comfortable middle of rest. This is part of the show's life that the official controversies do not touch. The private relationship between a piece of television and the people who watch it alone, in their own time, for their own reasons. The show that caused presidential consternation in 1990 is the same show that has been quiet company for people who needed something familiar in the background. The show that generated million-dollar lawsuits is the same show that has been a reliable source of comfort on bad days. A reminder that imperfect families survive their imperfections, that bumbling through is not the same as failing. There is a Simpsons episode for almost every experience. This is what 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes mean in practice. That whatever you are going through, there is probably an episode that touches it. Loss and the weight of what cannot be recovered. The particular love between fathers and children that neither side knows how to express clearly. The way intelligence can feel like a gift and a burden simultaneously. The way institutions disappoint you and communities sustain you and the people closest to you are both the source of your greatest happiness and the occasion of your most reliable frustration. The show knew all of this, knew it early when it was at its best, and has been trying to remember it in the years since. The effort to remember, in itself, is part of what keeps the show alive. The sense that there is something worth reaching for, some quality of honesty and warmth that the best episodes achieved, and that the writers who work on the show now are still reaching toward, even when the reach falls short. The scandals are part of the record. The controversies are part of the story. The feuds and the lawsuits and the bans and the reckonings are all real and all matter. But the record is not the whole thing. The story is not only the story of its difficulties, it is also the story of what the difficulties surrounded and sometimes protected. A piece of television that, at its best, did something that almost nothing else in the history of the medium has done so well, or so consistently. It made you feel like someone understood. That understanding is still in the archive. It lives in the episodes that hold up and in the memories of the people who carry those episodes with them. It lives in the specific joy of a joke that still lands after 20 viewings. It lives in the recognition of a moment that felt, the first time you saw it, like it was made for you. Springfield is a fictional town, but the people who live there are, in the most meaningful sense, real. They are real because they are made from something true about human life, And because the people who made them cared enough to get that truth right, at least some of the time, in at least some of the episodes, across at least some of the years. And that is what the scandals were always fighting over, underneath all the noise. Whether the truth the show was telling was the right truth, told in the right way, with the right care for the people it might affect. Sometimes the answer was yes. Sometimes the answer was no. Most of the time, as with most things that involve human effort applied to human material over a very long period, the answer was somewhere in between. The show will be in the world for as long as the world has room for a family on a couch, in a yellow town that does not appear on any map, but that you know somehow the moment you see it. You have been there. It looks like the place you grew up. It sounds like the people you love. It makes the same mistakes you make, and it keeps going anyway. And in that keeping going, there is something that feels, against all the evidence and against all the controversy and against all the reasonable arguments for why it should have ended years ago, like a kind of grace. Good night. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is.